Okay, so I'm back, and I'm here with Italy. The year is 1887. 1887. This is basically the same Sardinia Piedmont game I've made. I just, well, united Italy, and claimed all of its cores. So we're gonna go back down to this region, Savoy. Since this time, I gave up through a decision, Savoy, like Nice and all that. But anyway, that doesn't matter because we're going to be focusing on this region when we're talking about production. Yeah, when we're talking about production. Here we can see, so to begin with, in production, we can see, if we hover over this, our top 5 domestic produced goods. So there are fish, fruit, lumber, grain, and liquor. You can see from all of Italy that makes sense. If I go over here, for example, I can see we are building / expanding factories in the area following states. So Piedmont is expanding cement factory, is building a cement factory in 317 days. And Lazio is building or expanding explosives factory in 513 days. I can see if there's any bankrupt factories. It'll be red if there is. Just click on it. This is basically to alert you to open it up again or to close it down. And the type of craftsmen you have that are unemployed. So craftsmen, remember, work in factories only. So I have 15% in Romagna, 0.2, which is in green, which means it's okay. You're not going to get any negative penalties about it. But then the 8,940 unemployed craftsmen in Puglia, which is 15.2, or even more so in Italy and Sicily, which is 25.6% of the craftsmen in total, are going to begin. They're going to start to grumble, get more militant, more upset. So you always want to provide work for your craftsmen, because unlike farmers and laborers who sit in the countryside and work, craftsmen are right downtown. In other words, they're right in your major urban centers. They are the people that are most likely to take up arms against the state. You want to make sure that they are always employed. And it's very easy. Just build a factory, expand one. Make sure your craftsmen have jobs, in other words. So let's open up this screen. Let's go down to Savoy. This is all of my factories in all of Italy. If we go to Savoy, which is... Sorry, why do I keep thinking of Savoy? No, sorry, not Savoy. Piedmont. This is what I was looking for. Piedmont. We can see here a winery. Okay, this is an ideal factory situation, this one right here. As I said, I quickly rushed out this game, so not all the factories are very ideal in my opinion, but this is actually one of the perfect ones. And this is one I built very early on, before I became Italy. So I can see up here what type of level it is. You can go all the way up to level 99. I'll tell you right now, though, I have never seen past level 20. So, I mean, if you can get up to level 99, that would be amazing. Each level, you have to expand the factory. If you hover over this, you need a lot of money. You need iron, cement, machine parts to build it. You need to be allowed to expand factories. And also, you can also control or shift click, if you read the bottom, to upgrade all factories which are near their employee limit, or upgrade all factories of this type which are near their employee limit. Oh, of this type. So control click if you want to increase of all wineries that are near their limit, or shift click if you want to upgrade all factories which are near their employee limit. So this will help make sure you don't get any unemployed pops like I have. Wine, I'll get more into this later. This is like RGOs, but I'll show you right now. Right now, to make 1 bottle of wine, I need glass and fruit. If I hover over this, I get, let me move up my cursor out of the way. It says glass on top. Current stockpile 4.79. So in my trade screen, I'll talk about Stockpile later. Demands 4.69 each day. So each day I have a demand of 4.67. Sorry, 67 glass. So my base input is 5 into the factory. And so input modifier is 97%. So the base is 100. And then that's affected by owners, capitalists, capitalists, and factory input efficiency tech, which is done by technology, which is minus 3%. And then you have throughput. I'll explain these in a second. Throughput, which is 96%, and then workers, craftsmen increase this because again, throughput is the number of units of production, how much things are in production right now. So that's craftsmen 67.04, factory throughput tech 15%. Again, that's only from technology. Average infrastructure in the state 42.6%. And then you get a bonus from having a glass factory. So you have a glass factory here. So because I'm already producing glass in Piedmont, in this state, I get a bonus, and this is a very nice bonus to have. So I get a plus 15% bonus from having glass factory in Piedmont, and then another plus 10% for having fruit in the state. So if I look at Piedmont, I'm growing fruit in Turin and Alessandria, so I'm more than qualified for this bonus. Yeah. So that's that. Input, I'll go through each of these now. Actually, I'll talk about it in the end. So then you have current employees, like an RGO. So unlike an RGO, you want to fill this up to maximum if you can. Current employees, so they run at maximum efficiency, basically. Current employees is 8,267 out of 10,000. And of course, once I reach 10,000, I can expand it. The clerks, as you can see, are 1,563. And I have a lot more craftsmen, 6,704. If you hover over it, you can see your clerks give you a bonus. So workers, clerks. I'll get to that in a second, though. Apart from that, you can change how priority of a factory, so where they should be getting money and workers, especially the workers part. So currently I might say, oh, my level 4 canned food factory needs more workers. So I would click here, and I would, the priority would be, and then maybe I might want my winery. So workers and money that are flowing into these will begin to be redirected to the canned food factory and the winery. If I'm a liberal government, I cannot do this, but I'm not. I'm conservative. I'll talk about the difference later. But it's basically that. Down here, you can read last day's balance. And you want all of these to be in the green rather than in the red, like, for example, this fabric factory is. We can look at it now. So last day's balance was plus 6.327, so I can see there's an increase. And you can see by the little green arrow means that the price is increasing. We're doing better and better. While down here in the fabric factory, the price is the amount of money, the balance I'm getting is becoming lower and lower. I'm getting less money. So from here, so you can see last day's profitability was plus 24%, which is awesome, plus 24%. And then average profitability is in the past week is plus 29%, which means it's continuously doing better and better. This is to kind of show what goods are doing really well in the long run and which ones are doing poorly. So you can see here, last day's profitability minus 100, and average profitability for the last 7 days has been decreasing, minus 11%. So you can see last day, and then there's a breakdown. So last day's pure income is 32. So for what I got from selling wine, 32. Market spendings, most likely on, well, I have both glass and fruit, but my capitalist owner of this factory had to buy the glass from here, the coal, from this glass factory, and had to buy the fruit from the RGO, from the farmers. So that's what makes up, this market spending of minus 25. on top of that, are included labor wages for your clerks and craftsmen specifically, and also I believe, although I might be wrong, also for your capitalists as well, like how much they get paid because they also get a share of the factory wealth. So that's in total. And then current factory budget plus £1,000. That basically means how much they have stored up. So if things start going badly, they can spend that plus £1,000 to help bolster it before I have to come in and intervene, which I'll talk about later, which is subsidizing. And then yesterday we produced 4.453 wine, which sold for 32. And so estimated needs for today, we haven't started the game yet, so it's £0 at the moment, but it'll show you the estimated needs. Or maybe it won't, hold on. Yeah. I have to start up the game to show you. Actually, I'll do that quickly. Okay, so here we go. So I changed it by 2 days, and you can see estimated needs for today. We need the coal, cement, and machine parts. You might realize, oh, sorry, no, wrong one. Here. Yeah, cement, glass, and fruit. You might say, hey, wait a second, I don't need cement here to make wine. Well, you need to continue to maintain this factory. The factory needs maintenance, and it's going to therefore need cement to maintain it. And so the estimated needs cost for the glass, for the fruit. By the way, and because I'm producing glass and fruit already here, and not only do I get the bonus, but also be a tiny bit cheaper, which is also really great. So guys, try to build locally, okay? Don't try to build locally. Where you have RGOs, build your factories there, and then build up. So for example, I built a glass factory here, and then once I got glass going, and then I built a wine factory because I have glass and fruit already there. So you can see estimated need cost, and then if you go up, you can see market spending. So that's what makes it up. Wages are not shown here, but they do make up how much of a profitability you make. Wages for your craftsmen, because your craftsmen are paid from the factory they work at. And if the factory cannot pay, they'll begin reducing the amount of goods they produce before they start firing people and throwing them out onto the streets. So you can see, so my throughput would decrease if I'm not making enough money before they start kicking out people. Let me remove this, by the way. Subsidizing. The priority, sorry. Here we can subsidize a factory. Whoops. Here my cloth factory is not doing very well. Fabric factory. This is most likely because of the dye. You can see it's a little red here. That basically means that they're having difficulty getting the dye product. So factory couldn't afford to buy all of its inputs yesterday. So dye is a bit too expensive. I'm not producing dye in all of Italy or in my common market, which I'll talk about later. So it's a lot more expensive for them to get dye. Hence I'm making a loss. And you can see why if you just hover over this. Therefore, I can subsidize the factory. So by subsidizing factory, we will pay for input costs and or minimum wages of workers if the factory is not earning enough money. This will put a burden on your budget. Especially once you start doing it for a lot of factories. But if you do it for 1 or 2, it's fine. And if you're at the beginning, if you're just beginning industrializing, you're most likely going to have it subsidizing for all because they're going to be very inefficient compared to other factories. But later on, once you get up to the late game, like 1870 onwards, especially past 1900, you should begin to be comfortable, if you've been industrializing since the beginning of the game, that is, to begin weaning them off subsidies. Because not only does it cost a burden to your budget, but their capitalist who's in control of this, or whoever the owner is, because maybe you built it, is going to be a lot more lazy. And the amount of money you make, the efficiency, the amount of produce is going to be much lower. Case in point, think of communist Russia, think of communist China, where you had guaranteed job positions for people, where the government is constantly subsidizing and owns the factories. People ended up not producing as much. People were generally lazier. Because there's no self-interest, basically. Um, to that end, to that end, if I removed subsidies and they were running at a very high profit, for example, here the cement factory is running at a very high profit. If I removed it, I would most likely start making more money, and that's because whoever owns the cement factory will realize, hey, I'm no longer being subsidized by the government. I have to get my act together and begin producing more and become more efficient. And that way, you can make already profitable factories that are being subsidized even more profitable. Where this does not work, however, is for military bought things. Military bought factories. Small arms factory, explosive factory, ammunitions factory are not going to get much attention outside of your local military. And you really need an internal supply anyway. You should keep them on subsidies the longest and don't feel bad about it, because other than your military, if you're not buying from them, they're going to die. Unlike canned food, wine, glass, fabric, which is sold not only to your pops but to the global market, these will be bought up much faster than your military goods will. So you can keep your military goods more subsidized for longer. Generally speaking, though, in the long run, remove subsidization. And if it completely collapses, for example, this cement factory, see they're having trouble with the coal. If it completely collapses and starts kicking out people, you can subsidize it again. If things get really bad, like in this fabric factory, and dye is a very expensive good, you can see that by the trade screen, you can shut down the factory. And then if I click again, I can destroy the factory, or I can open it again. But if I open it up again, it's going to cost me money. So don't keep opening and closing because it's costing you money. So I'll just close it now because this is costing me money in the long run. And it's gone. That's that. Now, I said I would talk about this. Okay. This is how much goods you're producing. So let me try to move my cursor a little bit. Okay, it's not going to work for me. So understand, it says produced 4.42 yesterday. So max output is 6.58. So that's base times throughput times output. Basically, I could be making more. So what can I see? So my base output is 3.5. And then it's increased by output efficiency, which is 137%, which is done on a base of 100%, plus workers, the clerks, add 23.44% to that. So that's great. Clerks are very good. And then efficiency tech, that 11.01%, that 11.1 plus to the 23.44 plus 100 gives you your output efficiency. So how much you can output. Okay, and output is the amount of outputted goods a unit of production, basically. Okay, so we can see here that it's 3.5, but it's modified by the other things as well. So we can see throughput, which is the number of units of production, as I was saying before. Throughput is 137%, and again, it's worked on by craftsmen, so the more craftsmen you get, the better. Factory output efficiency tech, again, this is technology, so as you increase technology, and average infrastructure. And this is the railroads I was talking about earlier. So for example, Piedmont has level 3, so that gives me a nice 48% 48% factory throughput. And next level would be 64, so huge bonus. So whoops, I want to look here. Yeah, so that's average infrastructure is 42.6%. And then you get an added bonus to throughput, 25%, if you have the glass factory and the fruit, which I was talking about earlier. And all this goes towards how much goods are produced. And then maintenance goods are needed is cement, which I have. So altogether, that's my max output, that's how much I'm producing. All of this modifies the output, which then becomes the amount produced. Now I'm going to go a bit more in depth into what throughput, output, and input means. So to begin with is input, these two things, glass and fruit. So input reduces the cost of the factory, okay? Or actually, you know what? I'm going to talk about this with tech. I'm going to move this to technology when we talk about technology. But basically, remember these words: input, output, and throughput. Okay? These are basic economics, but if you're unfamiliar with economics, this is a great way of becoming familiar with it. To that end, this is a very complicated topic, so make sure you understand this the most. So that's this. That's this factory unit card over here. Here I can see what I'm encouraging. Tell you the truth, I don't actually select, unless I'm encouraging soldiers, I don't actually select here and select. I always go to production first, because my industry is always number one on my mind, no matter who I'm playing as. And I see who could use some more capitalists, who could use more craftsmen. Piedmont, for example, does not have their full employment in all their factories. So I'm encouraging craftsmen to get more people in my food factory and in my winery. So that will increase output. The level you have here increases the amount of employees you can have. So this level 1 can only have 10,000, while this level 4 food factory can have 40,000. So that's that. So that the name of it, the number of factories you can have, 6 out of 8. Generally speaking, the AI, your capitalists, will make sure you don't fill up until the very end of the game to make sure that you still have some space for those late game factories. You, however, as the player, should also make sure not to fill up everything. Leave at least 2 slots if you can for those late game factories, which are very important, such as automobiles, telephones. You can see them up here, by the way. Electric gear, radios, etc. You can see here cement is upgrading, so you can see that progress bar. Clerks, how much unemployed clerks you have. Craftsmen, how many unemployed craftsmen. You can sort them here, by the way, guys. So you can see I have a lot of unemployed craftsmen in Puglia, so it would make sense to expand this winery or to build another factory. Currently, I cannot because of my government type, and you'll most likely have this oftentimes. So it'll say no, so I cannot build a factory. I have to rely on my capitalists to do so. So where were we? So Piedmont, so that's unemployed, and then the amount of presence in state, capitalists in state. So that's 0.23%. I already told you how it helps here. The amount of capitalists help your input. It decreases the price of inputs. So having a lot of capitalists really help making profitable factories. That and not subsidizing factories. And of course, having the same input goods in your state region where you're building this factory. So make sure you have a lot of capitalists. Capitalists also, the more capitalists you have, the more likely they are to invest and build factories on their own. There's very little, like there's zero, they're not going to be building factories in South Tyrol, Istria, Romagna, who are coincidentally the 3 provinces I have just recently conquered. Actually, no, Romagna is not, but South Tyrol and Istria are. Because you'll immediately start with 0 capitalists in these 2 regions, in the regions you conquer. Then they'll recome after a while. Infrastructure is basically the level of railroad. Each state is not created equally. As I was telling you before about hills, for example, you cannot build level 1 railroads on the hills. So that can affect your level of infrastructure. But the more infrastructure you have, the more factory throughput you have, the more output you have. This is good. This is very important to have. And that's that, really. That's that. So just click here. You can build a factory or not. It's up to you. And here you can sort. So I can deselect all ammunition. I can see all my ammunition ones. I can see where all my glass are. So I'm going to see like where all my glass are. Oh, glass producing. So these wineries, although I don't have a glass factory, they're using my glass. That's how it counts. let me show you an example. So for wood, for example, you see I have a lumber mill here, or that's a better example. So if I click on, for example, not sulfur, yeah, here, sulfur, I can see where I'm building ammunition factories, because ammunition factories require sulfur. And that's really it. Next, that's really it for the factories. This is the most important one. I'm going to skip straight to projects quickly, because this relates mostly to factories. These are your projects by your capitalists, not by you. You can see where they're being built, what the project is, building or expanding. Sometimes they can try to expand a factory, and how much money they need for each good. So currently, they're trying to raise money. They need, build cost is 2,593, and they have 17,000 of that 25 of that 2,000. They have $17 out of that 2,500 pounds. And you can see what type of goods they need to acquire and the investors. Projects with no investors are most likely just going to die off. But projects with very large investors, like these investors, capitalists, like this one, are most likely going to get done. You can nudge them in the right direction, especially if you cannot build factories like I cannot. You can nudge them in the right direction by investing. And you can say how much you want to invest in this factory. Most likely just do max, and boom. So if I go a couple more days, whoops, I can see they've already finished most of their stuff. They're just waiting to get up this machine parts. And if they can get the machine parts in Campania, I'll see a lumber mill being built there automatically for me. Next, production. These are all the goods that are being built either through RGO, resource gathering operation, through artisans, or through your factories. The ones lit up are the ones you're producing. The ones that are dark are the ones you're not producing. Remember, I was talking about dye, for example. I'm importing dye. That's why it's so expensive for my cloth factories. I can say I'm not producing. No one's producing it. So let's take for military goods, for example. I can see ammunition requires sulfur and coal. And I can see that I have my ammunition factories are building 7.14 ammunition, and that I have artisans artisans who are building 1.66 ammunition to sell. And altogether, this plus this equals 8.8. And that is how much I am producing. So I am producing 7.14 ammunition from factories, and my artisans are producing another 1.66. And then on the world market, it shows you how much is being bought altogether and what is the supply is. This is a very good way of seeing which factories you should build, where you should conquer, like what type of RGOs you want. So you want a very low supply, but a very high demand. Actually, how many bought? So for example, luxury clothes. So supply is 67 and actual bought is 61. Of course, you cannot buy more than the supply. The closer the amount of bought is to supply, the more profitable, generally speaking, it will be. Grain, for example, or the larger the number. So 6,473 is the supply. That's huge. You're not going to be making much money from producing it, but it's essential anyway. So there is a lot of it for keeping people alive, which I'll talk about later. And then underneath that, you can see our artisans and/or factories need sulfur to produce the output, and we can see where we're getting sulfur, how much it costs, etc., etc. And that's that, yeah. So for raw material goods, you can see farmers are needed to make wool and silk, laborers get timber and rubber. That's pretty much it, really. So our laborers are producing 46.7 sulfur each day, and this is the same as just hovering over here, except it shows you what the how much the ammunition and factory and how much the artisans are buying from it. And then foreign investment. This is only for great powers. Only great powers can invest in other countries. So we can see here all the countries of the world. Or, sorry, let me rephrase that. All the countries you can, these are not all the countries in the world, there's many more, that you can spend money and invest. Depending, and this is of course depending on your political party and their political party. But this means that all of these countries' political parties allow you to invest in them. So we can see me up here. So you can see I have not invested anywhere. You can see the United Kingdom has invested 10,000 in Portugal. And this has to do with helping them sphere them and keeping them in their sphere. I'll talk about that later. But you can see that. France, no one, Russia, Bulgaria, and Austria. And so these are the great powers up here. So Italy, Great Britain, France. These are my game. It'll change. And you can see the sphere of influence as well. You can see their ranking, and so on and so forth. Investing in an enemy territory, not an enemy territory, but investing in a country that's very close to becoming a great power is a waste. All you're doing is guaranteeing that they're going to become a great power, and then all that investment is going to go for naught. Because once that's done, they're most likely going to seize the assets themselves, and that's not what you want. So invest in a country that's not too powerful, but that you know is never going to become a great power, at least in the foreseeable future. And you can see opinion. This has to do directly with me and with my, whoops. I was going to talk about this later. Okay, here, yeah. This has to do with sphere of influence. You can then see diplomatic relations, and then I believe this is the amount of factories they have already. So you can see Austria is already pretty industrialized. Spain is 2, Persia, Mexico, Chile, onwards. You can also sort it by region. Whoops. So but now if I click on a region, for example, let's say I want to encourage Greece, because they're in my sphere. Let's click on Greece, and I can see all their factories. I can see if I can open them up. So you see I've invested already. So I invested 812 in opening back up this glass factory here. So our investment is 100%. But now let's say I go to, whoops, I go and look at Britain, and let's say I want to get Portugal into my sphere, which is neutral. So I currently have 0%. The UK has 10. So I'm going to open up this factory for them, this fabric factory, and boom, I've invested 1,570 into this factory, and 14% of their market is mine. While for the British it is, well, I can't really tell, but the rest is Britain's basically, or theirs. Sorry. And you can also see the amount I have here. But currently the British outrank me, so I'd have to beat the British in investment. You can also do this for railroads, by the way. And this is, so if I want to go here, I can build railroads in their country. You can see it pops up. And this will help increase the amount of money I have with them. See, now I have 37%. So not in a sphere, so free to sell on the world market. I'll talk about that world market versus common market later. Actually, if we go here, I'll tell you about Greece. Greece is in my sphere. So civilization will make 75% of all resources available on leaders' market. Base is 75. So yeah, so you can see they're in my sphere, so their money goes towards me. I'll talk about this later. I didn't really want to go into too much detail at the moment, but it gives you an idea about how foreign investment works. And that really concludes the budget screen. This is the most important screen, or one out of two of the most important screens out of here. I'm actually going to take a quick water break. Please ask me any questions you have, because it is so important that you understand this before we move on to another one. Okay, I'm just going to make two more points about factories. In the early game, this is not the early game anymore for me. In the early game, however, um, cement is so important. I already showed you how all of these guys need cement to maintain factories. You also need it to build forts, to build naval bases, to build railroads, I believe. Yeah, railroads. You need to maintain and build your factories. So build a cement factory whether or not you have coal. I mean, it would be better if you have coal in province, which is the input for it. But it's so important for you to have at least one factory that's producing coal, because you do not want to have to rely on another country to import coal, cement from, to import cement from. Um, Another important one is clipper shipyards. Um, Clipper shipyards are nice to have at the beginning of the game because they go for wooden boats, but during this period, wooden boats go out of fashion very quickly. So eventually, you're going to realize that they're starting to lose a lot of money. Don't try to support them because by then, a lot of countries might have already started shutting down, deleting or removing their wooden fleet. Keep it open if you want, if you have some, but otherwise, if it's starting to turn a huge, it's starting to become extremely unprofitable, shut it down and instead build a clipper transport. Do I have any? No, I don't have any at the moment. Clipper steamer convoys. Sorry, steamer convoys versus clipper convoys. So steamer convoys will help with the new metallic ships, which you'll have and which you'll need a lot of these for. So clipper convoys, once they start making drastic cuts, and if you no longer have any wooden ships, close down the factory. Another important one to have is canned food because all your pops need it to survive. And again, you don't want your pop survival depending on a little bit of artisans and imports from another country. So canned food, which is very easy. See canned food. All you need is cattle, fish, or grain. If you hover over it, you can see the bonus. You need grain, sorry, to get that bonus, but then you can either pick fish or cattle, and then you only get a small bonus for iron anyway. But so canned food factory, you definitely should be able to build in at least one of your provinces. It's definitely very important. And that's it for this. Yeah. So next. I'm going to cut back to my old Piedmont game. So if you're interested in, so if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to cut now. Okay, and we're back. So we're back to pre-unified Italy. The reason why I went to Italy before was to better show you production, because as you can see, I cannot build anything. But there is one last thing I want to show you about the screen, just because it's so important. If I go to Piedmont here, this is how you build a factory. The only one I can build right now is cement, because it's the cheapest. That's also why you should build it first. These all grayed out because I don't have enough money at the moment. So cement says its name right here, daily output. So daily output is 48 pounds, so required daily inputs is 37 pounds. That's the kind of the ideal. So coal, it requires 11.8 coal per day. The cement is a building material used to build sturdy objects like fortresses or bridges. Coal is required to produce cement. So needed workers is 10,000. Some of them differ, I believe, in needed workers. I think this comes later in the game. You get different factors with different needed workers. Available workers, I have 0 at the moment. But resource costs, because we haven't started the game, of course. So resource costs, what's going to need to start up the factory. So iron, timber, and machine parts. Machine parts, currently Prussia, United Kingdom, and United States have a monopoly on it. Machine parts is a great factory to build, but you're going to need a very high tech for it, and it comes much later in the game. So don't expect to get it right away. But it is very good to have machine parts because they're expensive, and to have them in your stockpile would be great. Again, you see stockpile lack cost. Because I lack all of these goods in my stockpile at the moment, including cement, including coal, it's going to cost more money. It's going to cost 2,949 more than it would have to if I already had it in my stockpile. So that's that. Then you have the base price, input price, 696, and then total. So the current funds is 5,430, and you can see the total is 3,645, which makes up this total price over here. And then once I've decided, I will just click build here, and it would immediately begin building in Piedmont. Or more intelligently, I would build it in Chambry. Sorry, in Annecy. Well, same state, I suppose, because it's producing coal. And because it's producing coal, I would get that bonus throughput. Anyway, so that's the end for production. Again, if you have any questions, please let me know now. Or in the comments below the YouTube video. Next is budget, the second most important. You can see here like how well your economy is doing. Don't look at this necessarily. This will change dramatically. I can see like how much I have in my bank, 5,431. But I can see it's decreasing by minus 8.2. I can see the minus red arrow down there. Don't look at this minus 8.2 because each day your inputs, hundreds of different things, the price will fluctuate. So this will change dramatically. Always look at this bar. It's going up. If there's little spikes downwards, that's fine. That's natural, like in any economy. You just want to make sure that's not continuously going down. So we've already looked at this briefly. So someone was asking me earlier about needs. You can see here on the side what their different types of needs are. You have life needs, everyday needs, and then luxury needs, which no one is receiving right now. The poor will always need their life needs, but won't necessarily need their luxury needs like the middle or the rich class will. So I can see here life needs 84%. I can see how many farmers, laborers, and soldiers are getting those. And then everyday needs. I'll talk about exactly what these specific life and everyday needs are, but later on. I can see here tax for the middle class. So 28% are getting none of their needs. And these are your artisans. Okay, so I can see it's my artisans who are suffering here. And that's fine. Because they're not getting their needs, they will demote into craftsmen when the time is right. Yes, yeah. So the same for the rich. So 98% are getting their life needs, while only 2% are getting their everyday needs. So, and I'll show you what that means specifically. Okay, now when it comes to taxes, who to tax the most? This is a question that comes again and again and again. The answer is it really depends on the situation you have. I'll give you a very general situation, which you should stick to most of the time, though. There will be detractors and and people who agree with me, but this is what I believe in. This little arrow, by the way, is, and so sometimes you can have them as a maximum. See, I can't push it backwards. Is based on government type. My reactionary government is not allowing me to tax people less than 25% for all POPs, for all groups. So if we look at poor, so too heavy taxation will leave them less money to spend on their own needs. That's fine because we need the money. You always tax the rich the most. You always tax the poor the most. Okay? And you keep them locked in being poor. It's only when the time of democracy and maybe the interwar period, the 1910s, 1920s, that you begin, or even earlier if you want, depends, you can begin decreasing slowly by slowly tax for the poor. And then these guys will become a huge source of revenue for you. For the meantime, though, focus on the middle class. Tax these guys the most. It's unfortunate, I know, but you need the money. If you hover over it, you can see you're taxing poor the most, 100%, but tax efficiency is only 23%. You're not getting that 100% of their tax. You're only getting 23% of it. So from technology, 3%. So the effective tax is 23%, as I said. And state capitalism, if you hover over here, as I was showing you, is stopping me from decreasing it to 25%. That's part of reactionary. So that's that. As you can see here, as we're increasing it here, it's changing the projected daily balance. As of now, and as someone is saying in the stream at the moment, as of now, this projected daily balance, don't look at it. Focus on this number here, but more importantly on this graph. Make sure that it continues going upwards, and then you're making money here. This is a bit wild. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's some sort of unique feature. I mean, I've been playing Victoria 2 for a very long time, and I definitely did not have this until after I got Heart of Darkness expansion. Needless to say, it doesn't really matter. But just make sure you're making the green here. When the game gets rolling, this is going to go funky. Make sure it just starts off green after you've finished playing around with your taxes and your daily expenses and your income. So middle class, you want to tax. So someone is saying it measures your budget if you buy all of the goods you're trying to buy. Okay, so this is projected as it says down here. So projected if you're trying to buy all the goods. Generally, you're not going to do that, as I was talking about in the factories. You're not going to be able to buy all the goods you can. So it depends. Anyway, back here, middle class. You always want to tax them. Always, at least either the least, because you're trying to grow them. Remember, middle class is the most important, or the second to most. Always you're taxing the poor the most, by the way. So generally speaking, because I'm running out of money, I'm going to put it to 100%, and I'm going to also put my rich to 100% for the moment. Generally speaking, though, you would want to leave your rich 80%. Let's hover over this. So middle class, too heavy taxation will leave them less money to spend on their own needs or businesses. So to increase the middle class, who can become the most valuable population group for you, you want to tax them the least, just a little bit less. So if you're taxing the middle class maybe 80, tax the rich 85. And this will make sure that the middle class remains strong if you're trying to grow the middle class. Right now, I don't have any capitalists, so I need to grow my capitalists and my industry. That's why I'm going to tax the rich the least instead. So maybe I'll do 95. And again, you can see it's the same type of tax efficiency problem. With new technology, you'll be able to increase the efficiency and you'll be able to get more of that tax. Think of it as tax evaders, or how much your tax collectors can come and actually collect tax. If you think about it, since the time of your grandparents, collecting taxes by the central government has evolved dramatically. And it really shows a nation's power if they're able to collect all the taxes from their entire population, which in 1836 was a challenge, to say the least. What was I going to say? For the rich, too heavy taxation will leave them less money to spend on their own needs and less likely to invest in projects like building new factories. And as I was saying, I have no factories, I have no capitalists, so I'm going to tax them a little bit less until I can get my money up, and then I'll tax them a lot less than this to help with starting off industrialization. And then comes the importance of middle class. If you're playing as the United States or Great Britain or sort of Prussia, who are the three already industrialized countries at the beginning of the game, maybe you can decrease tax on the middle class first, because you already have a strong, rich class, capitalists. So that's daily income. On top of daily income, you have gold, which is precious metals are not sold as normal goods but directly converted to money. All your RGOs will go directly into the world market, except for precious metals, gold, which is directly goes into your daily income. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And so all of this together comes up with your total income. Now let's look at daily expenses. So industrial subsidies to begin with, and this is kind of a harsh reminder in my opinion. So costs of government subsidizing of factories. National cash reserves will be used to help factories buy goods needed and pay worker salaries, such as clerks and craftsmen and clerks. Currently I have 0 because I have none, no factories anyway, but this can become a very large number. Keep looking at it from time to time. Maybe go back and unsubsidize some factories. As I was telling you, it's not necessarily a very good thing at all to subsidize all your factories at once. Definitely, hardly a good thing. You can instead, I mean, only subsidize the factories you need to subsidize. That's what I'm trying to say. Then you have national stockpile. So this is the costs of government subsidizing. Costs of trades to fill our national stockpile. So that's military costs and overseas maintenance. So military costs is how much I'm spending on my military. The game hasn't begun, so it hasn't shown here, but it'll show there. So this is like how much I need for ammunition and whatnot. And then you have overseas maintenance if you have colonies. So estimated cost of last day's overseas goods consumption. So overseas factory RGO penalty plus 0%. I don't have any overseas factories. These means there are factories that are not connected to your main region. Whoops. And number of overseas provinces. So this is colonies and overseas provinces. Like for example, Spain. No. Sorry, I didn't write an example in my notes, but I just realized it'd be important to tell you guys. The autumn. Can you guys not hear me? Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay. Halo Fit. Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. What was I saying? So for example, if you're playing as United Kingdom and you make Australia into a state, which it's not, it's a colony, and you start building factories there, you're going to incur a penalty, an overseas maintenance penalty. And this, if you think about it, is for like the ships, like the transport convoys, which are bringing the materials back and forth, and the number of overseas provinces, which are not only colonies, most likely they're going to be colonies though, but for example, British South Africa, and so on and so forth. These are going to cost you a lot of money. It is very important that your colonies are worthwhile to your money, because this overseas maintenance can get very expensive, especially once the colonies, get to the top. Historically speaking, France was running a deficit when it came to controlling all of West Africa. In fact, there was a very strong movement within France, even within the 1880s, 1890s, to give up their colonies in West Africa, just because they were completely unprofitable to them and they were running at a loss. So always make sure that your colonies are worth it to you. Then you have the actual stockpile, and this is broken up into Army, Navy, and construction. Construction is factories that you're building, railroad, forts, and naval and seaports. Currently, Unlike in previous Victoria 2 games where you could leave this at 100% pretty much, like I know playing a Sardinia Piedmont in in a House Divided expansion, I could leave this at 100%. This time I cannot though. So I'm going to reduce my naval spending to 30%. There's a limit, and there always will be a limit. You can't put naval to 0. Always keep your land, never put it down to 0, because if someone invades you and without warning, your armies will be crushed and decimated, and you will be very unhappy. For a small country like me, with a very threatening enemy, Austria. Actually, not really at the beginning of the game, though. I'm friends with them currently. I would keep it at around maybe 65, I would say. It really depends up to you. I'm actually going to reduce this down to 50 now that I think about it. This will ensure that you're not spending as much on goods for your army, which means that they're going to be less effective in battle. I'll talk about this a little bit later when we talk about armies, but yeah. Currently, construction, I have 0 construction, so I'm just going to leave this at 100%. And anyways, you want construction to be done as quickly as possible, especially if they're factories, because factories will make you money in the long run. Next is education and administration. These are your pops. So you can see the little pop guy here. So I can see, if I hover over him, I can see the life needs of what the clergyman does. Clergymen have 2 uses. In this time period, it was really I think it's a bit Eurocentric when say clergymen, and I think it should change to teachers. But clergymen kind of represent your teachers and your clergymen. So they increase literacy, but they also decrease consciousness as part of like what religion does, technically. I mean, I don't want to get into religious debate here, but in this game, religion, more clergymen decreases your consciousness, how much you think about the outside world, how much you want to explore, and so forth. It keeps you localized. For someone like me, that's really good, because I don't want spiraling consciousness, which is up here, by the way. I'll talk about this more later, but that's what clergymen do. Education is very important. As you can see here, my literacy is 34.7%. That is terrible, especially if I want to start industrializing. Because remember, craftsmen need to be literate. So I will put this to maybe 80%. Where I do not need to worry about, because this only affects me in the long run, is my bureaucrats. So I can decrease this maybe down to 30%. Maybe I'll decrease this to 70. Administration bureaucrats will only affect you in the long run. Of course, it'll help you, and I'll talk about this in a second. But what I wanted to say, though, was that these sliders are not going to increase your literacy. They're not going to increase your administrative efficiency for you. What they're going to do, however, is increase the salary for clergymen and bureaucrats, and tell your artisans, your clerks, your officers, or your poor who want to promote that, hey, it's really good to become an educator, a clergyman. I can get a much better salary becoming a clergyman than I can being a artisan or an officer or a clerk or whatever. These are all relative. If I have my bureaucrats at a higher wage, higher spending than my clergymen, more of my pops are going to want to become bureaucrats and not clergymen. That's not what I want. I want more clergymen. So I will continually make sure that my education slider remains above my administration slider. Especially if you're uncivilized and you need to get those extra research points, this is so important that you keep education much higher than administration, at least for the meantime. There's time to increase administration when you have more money later on. So that's that. So the educational budget is used to pay the clergy and to produce research points. So it has that added bonus as well. So it also helps with your, I'll talk about this later, your research points. Hold on. Yeah. So administration now is a bit twofold. So educational budget is used to pay the clergy. Okay, yeah. So administration, spending on administration allows your bureaucrats to run and maintain a healthy bureaucracy, increasing your tax efficiency. Increasing your tax efficiency, as I said, is very important, but not important right now for the short run. And over here we can see our country administrative efficiency, which is 17, which is frankly terrible. So our country administrative efficiency determines the effectiveness of social reforms and tariffs. The more social reforms you have, the larger your administrative costs are going to be. Not only the social spending, I'll get there in a second, but the more bureaucrats you're going to need to pay for it. So our total spending also increases the ability to fight organized crime. So crime fighting effect 19.7. So if max is 39.5. So I can see only 0.2% of our population are bureaucrats, which is fine for now. For maximum administrative efficiency, we need at least 1%, which you should get. This value percentage is based on the following: base value 1%. Above 1%, you're not going to be increasing administrative efficiency any faster. So at 1%, it's increasing as fast as it can, pretty much. Perhaps get it up to 1.2 or 1.5%, but past that, you're really not helping anything. And the reason why I say 1.2 or 1.5 is because it might decrease, so you have a bit of a safe corridor basically before you run a reduced efficiency at increasing administrative efficiency. I hope that makes sense. Again, if you have any questions, please let me know. So administration, that's how much it costs, 3.19. Social spending is directly linked to the type of social reforms you have enacted. I'll talk about all this later. But currently I have none, and you should not have any until like 1880, I would say, until the late industrial game. Of course, if you're playing as the UK, United States, or Prussia, you can enact social policies earlier. But for someone like me who has not even begun yet, you should not enact any. So keep this at 0. Once you do start getting social spending, though, and we can hover over this, the social spending budget goes towards funding your enacted social reforms. The amount of money to distribute depends on your country administrative efficiency. So again, social spending is immediately tied to administration. Get your administration up, get your industry strong, and then start doing social spending. These can really help your pops and make your poor people into the new middle class, basically. But it really depends on you. Decreasing this social spending is a very bad idea. Decreasing it and reducing people's pensions, just go ask your grandparents and ask if the government reduced their pensions right now, how happy they would be. This will make people very upset and will increase militancy very quickly. Keep this at 100%. This should not cost you that much money until the very late game at the very least. So keep this as much as you can to 100%. Military spending works in the same way as clergymen and bureaucrats, in that you're influencing pops to become them directly through their salary. And this is apparently so you can see directly there how much you're paying for them in salaries to officers and soldiers. The defense spending goes towards paying that doesn't really help. So paying them more will allow them to buy more of their everyday and luxury needs. The same for education for clergymen and bureaucrats. The more you pay them here, the more they can pay for their everyday and luxury needs from your factories and become consumers, basically. You want your pops to become consumers. So paying them a lot is definitely helpful. Or taxing them least. In this situation, though, we cannot, because our budget's not allowing us to. And that's fine. Also, increasing defense will help increase how large your army can get, how large of an army you can support. Currently, I can reduce this down to 20 because I'm not very interested at the moment in building a ginormous army, just because I cannot. And all of this daily expenses becomes total expenses down here. If you hover over it, you can see everything added together. So that's daily expenses. Next is tariffs. This is something which is so misunderstood, it is unbelievable. In fact, I'm kind of miffed that the the developers of Victoria 2 haven't come out with an official statement to make it more clear, because frankly, if you look at the manual, it's kind of a crap answer. I've done my research before this video and in the past as well as to what tariffs do. Some of you might disagree. I mean, I saw one guy doing Let's Play that put it all the way up to 100% like this. No, 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 no. You never do put tariffs maximum to 100%. In fact, in my notes right now, I recommend, no matter what country you're playing as, never have tariffs above 25%, ever. Okay, this is maybe 30% if you're feeling really lucky, if you control like a huge swath of territory, but never above 25%. To begin with, let's just read what it means. Tariffs impose an extra cost on imported goods, with the proceeds going to the national treasury. Negative tariffs can be used to help subsidize imports for anyone in your nation. As you can see here, there's a limit to, so here's 0. This is where it should remain for the majority of the game, at 0%. You should not have to touch tariffs if you can. Again, as you increase tariffs, you can see the tariffs is 19%, and you can see that number here. But again, the effective tariff is only 7.2, and this will increase. The effective tariff will increase as your administrative efficiency increases as well. And this represents smugglers, people who can get behind the tariffs, and how effective you are at policing this tariff. So originally, it's not going to be that effective, but it will get better with technology and with administrative efficiency. Okay, now look at me the scenarios in which you would increase. If you're playing as the United States and you begin the game, or as Prussia, or as the United Kingdom, I mentioned these 3 countries a lot because in 1836 they're the only 3 countries which have really industrialized. For you Americans or non-Americans who have studied American history before, you'll have read about the Gilded Age and the age of high tariffs and so on and so forth, which this period is. In this case, as I don't want to say Prussia, but as the United Kingdom or as the United States, you can increase this to 15% if you would like, for the beginning of the game. And this is because, let's take a look at the United States. The United States has a ginormous territory and a lot of factories to begin with. Okay, if we look at their RGOs, they produce almost every good under the sun that they could possibly need. Okay, they've got cotton, they've got tobacco, they've got grain, coal, iron, lumber. So everything, almost everything their pops and that their factories will need early on are already being produced within their country. And so increasing this tariffs for the United States not only is great because you get that extra monetary bonus, because people have to pay for incoming imports from other countries. So Mexico won't be able to really trade within the United States. But it also helps grow further and solidify industrialization in a country. Same with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has a ginormous colonial empire, South Africa, India, Australia. So they are quite literally producing every single RGO possible in the game, pretty much, already at the beginning of the game. And therefore they can increase again at up to 15 or maybe even to 20% at the beginning. And that's because they already have a common market to share with. This also has to do with your sphere of influence. If you have a very large sphere of influence, that works for you. But now let's take a look at me, okay, or as France, okay, which is beginning to become an industrial and colonial power. It hasn't begun yet, but it's beginning. You can see that we don't have everything we need, and France only starts off with, I think either they don't start off with any factories or they only start off with one. I don't start off with any, which means that I need to import all my imports, including the necessary necessary inputs for starting a factory, such as cement, factory tools. So increasing tariffs right now is really going to hurt my industry because I don't have the necessary resources to actually start building it on my own, within my own confines. What I'm making right now is hardly enough to either help my pops fill their demands and not starve to death, and for my factories to build up. Only once you have a strong industrial base, you have a huge sphere of influence in many different places, and you feel that you're getting in a lot of resources, like the United States or Great Britain is, and you can do this by the end of the game, any country can do this, then I give you the permission to increase tariffs. The only other time you should increase tariffs as a smaller nation is if you're really desperately running out of money and you're fighting in a war. Then you can, but try not to, okay? And only do it very short term. It can have serious repercussions in your economy. Keep it at 0. If you don't know what to do, keep it at 0. That's the best thing you can do. This is a very powerful tool which can make and break the game. Now, to decrease tariffs is what I would perhaps do, except it costs me money because I'm subsidizing imports to come in. So I'm paying the French to bring in their goods into my territory, or whoever else I'm trading with. You should only do this if you're really just beginning to industrialize and you really need those extra resources, or if your pops are really starving. It'll help them get those luxury goods faster and those everyday needs goods faster. Other than that, lowering tariffs past 5%, which is the minimum you should ever have it on, lowering it past 5 or 10% will only begin to help your artisans. And unless you're playing as China, you should not be encouraging artisans. There's no way I could possibly imagine you trying to encourage artisans. So unless you're trying to hurt yourself, don't encourage tariffs so much. Negative tariffs so much. Maybe up to -10 if you want to help out your poor and get that extra kick in the beginning process of industrialization. Currently, I don't have enough money to justify subsidizing anything, so it's going to be at 0. Yeah, that's tariffs. Diplomatic balance is if various costs or income incurred through diplomacy or peace deals. So through peace deals, if you've been cut down to size or whatever, you can get it'll show up here how much money you're making. Money you're making or how much money you're losing. That's that. And then all of that will go into total expenses or total income, because this can be either or. Tariffs and diplomatic balance can be either or. Next, you have your total funds. Oh, so all this, by the way, is minus 23. So 42 minus 66 gives me minus 23.2. That's how you get your projected daily balance. And once we start getting the game, this is projected, so stop looking at this and start looking up here. Here's our total funds. So you can see up here, 5,431. It's the same up here. Same down here, I mean. So that's how much money I have right now. If I go below this amount, I'll start taking on loans. Over here is your national bank. Your national bank is very important because it allows, for a small country like me initially, for my capitalists, and I think aristocrats, although it's mostly capitalists, to put money into the national bank. What this means is that they get a small return at the end, and this has nothing to do with you. The national bank is pretty much completely independent of you. So they get a small return in return, and they can borrow from the national bank. Okay, so borrowing and lending, like any bank in the real world. They can borrow from the bank to go and build factories. Remember projects I was showing before? To build factories, to build railroads, to build whatever. Well, just factories and railroads, and to invest overseas. So they can take out money from your national bank. Having a healthy national bank means having a healthy economy. And helping the capitalism in your country. So national bank is definitely something you want to help grow, and that means helping capitalists grow. Later on in the game, the middle class will start getting involved in this, and they'll start putting in a bit of their life savings, and I'll show you where this is shown. They'll start putting a little bit of their life savings into the national bank, which will help capitalists withdraw some more money and invest more into your economy, so on and so forth. And then at the very end of the game, if you've been playing well enough, your poor should have enough money saved up now to be able to themselves to start putting some money into the national bank and not underneath the family mattress anymore. And this again will help solidify the nation. So that's that. Total debt is your total amount of debt and your interest. Once you start taking on loans, and I can take a loan right now. Let's say I want to take 300. And you'll see I'll take, I take total debt 300. I have no interest because I haven't started the game yet. The Bank of France, and it's taken randomly. If you have a strong national bank, it'll take from your national bank first. You'll borrow from your national bank first, which is better because here I'm at the will of the countries of France, Russia, and United Kingdom if I cannot repay it. Here I'm only subject to my investors, which actually can be equally bad because if you run out of money and you go bankrupt on your national bank, all your pops will get extremely militant. I mean, you just lost all their life savings. So get ready for revolution and those. And in other words, here you can repay the loans. Unlike in EU3, this is very natural. If you take out a loan, it's fine. It's no problem. This is part of the game. Don't feel like it's EU3 where you failed the game already. It's a natural part and it's fine. Just try to repay it as quickly as you can, and you should be able to repay it pretty quickly. And this is where you can do loans given. If a country goes bankrupt and you're giving out a loan, you get a casus belli, a justification for war, to go over to them and attack them and force them to repay. Which is useful, I suppose. I've never really used it that much. But it can be used for a good excuse to start a war with someone and then try to add a war goal, like put them into your sphere or take some of their territory. Yeah. Whoops. So that's that. That's really just the budget screen. Let me see if I have anything in my notes. Any questions? I'm going to take a water break. Please, if you have any questions whatsoever. Okay. Next is technology. Now we'll start going faster. So I've just finished the two most important ones, production and budget. Technology, before we start, we see no technology research set. Once I start set 1, well, you'll see it, but it'll fill up with green until it's finished. Whoops. You can see literacy here, just 34.7%. If I hover over it, I can see how much it's changing. So it's by a very small amount, but as you get more clergymen, it'll help increase your amount of your literacy rate. So it may look small, but this will increase dramatically, especially with certain technology you can get. Oh, whoops. Here we go. Sorry, wrong page on my notes. And then over here you have research points. So clergymen provide 1.5 research points, and this has to do with how much clergymen you have and how much you're funding them. Whoops. So 1% of the population, 2% is optimal. Okay, so currently I have 1% of my population is clergymen, 2% is optimal to getting the most research points. Okay, so if you want to try to get the most, increase those clergymen. As a secondary power, I get plus 1.25. Because of my literacy, I get 1.38. So that's why literacy is so important. The higher literacy you get, the more research points you get. My daily base research points are 4.14. So that's 1.38 plus 1.25 plus 1.5, which are then modified again by plurality, which I'll talk about later, which is 50%, from improved technology, which is another 50%. And, I'm sorry. And that's modified into, which gives me my daily research points in total, which is plus 8.27. So if you understand, this is very important to look at, because then with 8.27 and the added percentage from plurality and improved technology, you increase from 4.14 to 8.27. So plurality and improved technology are so important in helping improve your research points. And it's your research points which will help you stay ahead of everyone else in technology, because technology in this game is so important. Staying ahead of your competitors. At the bottom, it says we have accumulated 16.5 research points that are currently unused. And I'll teach you how to use them. Before we talk about that, administration. This is your type of administration, your type of government type. There's different ones. Currently, I start off with, very few countries start off with an administration. United Kingdom, for example, is sea power in the merchant marine. Russia's avant-garde intelligentsia. So is France. Prussia is military industrial complex. So am I. USA is business schools and tycoon capitalism. These kind of help gear the AI and the player towards which technologies they should be focusing on, which their historical counterpart would have actually been focusing on. You can also change the administration if you want. What this means is that for Army Tech, I get plus 15% to researching it faster, but my Navy Tech suffers at minus 5% and Culture at minus 10%. But I get Industry Tech research plus 10%. So this helps increase my Industry Tech. This shows you if my technology. Now I'm gonna go. So now I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna go through each one of these briefly. So you have Army, Navy, Commerce, Culture, Industry, and then within each of these tabs you have 5 different sub-tabs, you could call them. So for Army, you have Army Doctrine, Light Armament, Heavy Armament, Military Science, Army Leadership, Culture, so on and so forth. Each one of these are not completely random. Don't think like, oh, if I get flintlock, what's breech lock loaded rifle is going to be like. They're all similar. They're all fairly similar. So I'll quickly go through each sub-tab and say what they're good for and what they're when you should get them, so on and so forth. So Army. So starting with Army. Actually, no. I'm going to start with Industry. The reason being is that you should actually start with Industry, except in a few rare examples. Perhaps perhaps Prussia would start as... No, not even. Industry is where you should start off with, because it's very important to get your industry moving, and especially as me, starting at Piedmont. So power, as you can see, sometimes you'll have unique stuff. It's not always the same. So for Water Wheel, for example, allows fabric factories and activates fabric. If you're not an unciv, you should start with everything in the first level. If you're already civilized, you already start with everything in the first level, for the most part, except for experimental railroad. And I believe in the case of, for example, Greece, they don't start off with, although they're civilized, they don't start off with the rights of man. Anyway, back to Industry. So Water Wheel, so that gives me a mining output of 5% and farming output of 15%. And then the same keeps going onwards until Electrical Gear, where you get an increased throughput tech. So that's, yeah, so mining and farming. Mechanization, you get throughput tech. It just increases your throughput tech continuously. Once you hit some optimization, you get minus 10 to factory cost. By the way, when it says minus 10 to factory cost, that not only affects you, but then more importantly affects your capitalists. That'll mean that your capitalists will be able to start making factories at a much more reduced cost, which will mean that they'll build more factories for you. So this is very good. But this increases throughput tech, which I'll talk about in a second what throughput is exactly. Metallurgy, coal, sulfur, iron, later precious metals. This basically increases the production output, how much you can produce of coal, sulfur, and iron, but also the mine size. Unlike your farms, which are going to be decreasing in size as they move into the factories, laborers in coal mines are going to be increasing. You want to encourage them, and they will be increasing and producing more coal and whatnot, because those are very necessary for your industries. So increasing this is very important, especially if you have a lot of coal, iron, precious metals. If you're playing as Belgium, for example, where your lifeblood is industry and all the coal and iron and sulfur you have, this track is very important, metallurgy track. And you can increase that, increasing production output and so on and so forth. Infrastructure, this basically increases your railroad. what railroads you can make. That's it. So once you research it, you can build another level railroad. Chemistry and electricity increases your supply limit, how many soldiers you can have in one place, and more importantly, how many soldiers you can have in other places in enemy territory, for example. Especially important if you're about to invade someone. Getting that plus 25 is really great. Apart from that, what's so important about chemistry and electricity is the, if you go to medicine, is the, where is it? Prophylaxis against malaria, which will lower your minimum life rating by minus 5%. So that's another one. So if you want to colonize early on or get the ball moving, this is what you need to research to unlock these inventions. I'll talk about inventions in a second. Cultures next. Aesthetics is very simple. You just get a prestige bonus. You may think this is useless, and I would say it is kind of, especially since their inventions are not up to par. But prestige, basically, if you're a great power or the only thing that's limiting you is that prestige, and you need to get better in that, then researching this will really help you gain prestige, because that plus 5% will really help. And if you're like a great power, but you're only struggling and you're about to get thrown out because of your prestige, go aesthetics. This will really help. Philosophy is a very, very great technology track. This will increase your research points. So over here, from Enlightenment philosophy, I get plus 50%. So you can see that in my from improved technology part, that's that plus 50%. So with idealism, I can improve it by another 50, analytical philosophy by 100%, and so on and so forth. That 100, starting with analytical philosophy, you can make a huge boom towards research points. This is a very good track to keep aware of. Social thought, especially if you're like me and you need to increase education, this is very important. So Malthusian thought, they all increase education efficiency and colonial migration. You can see that throughout. It's all the same. Colonial migration means that your accepted pops from your territory will have a 5% more chance of moving to the colonies and making up population there. Whoops. So definitely it's very good. It's good depending on your situation. For me, it's definitely very important to increase my education efficiency. Political thought, this increases your max national focus, which I'm going to talk about after this, or soon. National focuses are important because you can increase it, obviously, increase the amount of, increase the places you can, well, set a national focus to. So with nationalism, imperialism, you get a war justification efficiency plus 0.10%, which is really great. It helps you get justifications faster. I'll talk about that in a second. Revolution and counter-revolution gives you diplomatic points of plus 25%. Your diplomatic points helps you get them faster. Definitely a very good track. However, although this is so important to get political thought and it's tied to so many things, if you hover over the inventions or these are not really inventions, but social ideas that come up, a lot of them will either increase or decrease plurality, political reform desire, so on and so forth. So for example, nationalism, imperialism, for state and government, you'll get like social reform desire. This will make your people more active in your government. They're going to start demanding stuff more often. So do this, don't rush through political thought, just because you don't want to get hit by so much consciousness and militancy and so on and so forth. For example, in revolution and counter-revolution, you get terrorism. So you can get really bad stuff with this as well, like anarchic bomb throwers. Vanguard Party, Communist Rebel Organization gained 75%. Some of them are also dependent on. I'll talk about. I know I said I'd talk about inventions later, but yeah. So always look through the inventions after you invent a technology. Psychology gives you reinforcement chance of 5% and regiment experience of 5%. And it's the same throughout. What that means, reinforcement, is that once your troops take some losses, they'll reinforce faster at 5%. This is actually, this is more of a military tech disguised in culture. This will really help, and especially before you go to war, this reinforcement is very important. And when you're building up units, having this regiment experience, so when they're created, if you played Hearts of Iron, you'll understand this. So when they're created, they start off with some experience, which is, of course, really valuable, which makes them tougher in battle. Commerce, this is very important. Financial institutions. You get that tax efficiency of 5% throughout, and I cannot tell you how important this 5% efficiency is for tax. We talked about this in the budget. This is very self-explanatory. This is where it is. Monetary systems, administrative efficiency plus 5%. So this will increase administrative efficiency. Also, if you look at the inventions, they also increase tax efficiency. So don't neglect monetary and financial institutions. Economic thought and critique increases factory input efficiency tech. And so as you go along, it increases this. And it also helps with prestige and unlocking, just with prestige, really, actually. But it also increases input efficiency tech. Market functionality is a bit different. Increases diplomatic influence with another country. So, for example, if you're trying to influence another country as a great power, this is a very important track to have. Market structures, business regulations, and so forth. But they also give you plus 10% to mining and farming output, which is really great. And they'll also reduce the cost of factories and increase tax efficiency in general. So some of their inventions. So market functionality is really important. So that's output. So this is input, factory input efficiency, and this is output, mining and farming output. Organization increases your factory output efficiency tech by 1%. And this will allow you to also further factory output efficiency tech through inventions. So it's also very important. Okay, now that I've mentioned the different, what I'm about to tell you guys is very, very important. Now that I've mentioned about factory input and factory output, and also this is where you increase factory throughput tech. These are the three we talked about earlier in production in factories. I'm going to quickly go through what they really mean in the base. So for tech input, it's as you go up here, it reduces the cost of the factory. So because you need less money to pay for those inputs, it reduces the cost of the factory, and therefore reduces the price of the input good. However, well, actually, I'll get to this later. So output, which is over here, increases the amount of goods produced to be sold. It reduces the price of the good, but it's not that bad for pops. So as you increase this is an absolute good. Increasing input efficiency is always good because that's just decreasing the cost of the factory. Increasing output efficiency tech, however, will slowly reduce the price of the goods. You might think this is bad, and in the short run it is bad because it reduces the price of the goods and the world market. But it will make your goods more affordable to the poor and to the middle class, allowing them to attain their everyday and luxury needs, which in the long run is far more important. So in the short run, if your factories are running at a loss, try not to get factory output efficiency tech. Focus on input efficiency tech. That's where they can actually reduce costs, okay? Not through producing more goods, because that'll generally speaking, reduce the price. And if your pops are not paying for them, it's really going nowhere. Whoops. So back to industry. Throughput. This is where it gets a bit more complicated. Throughput increases both input and output. As I said, it's the amount that is currently in production. So in real game terms, it increases the amount of increases both input and output. However, increasing throughput in a factory that is making a loss will only further the loss. What this means, guys, keep mechanization coming slowly. Don't try to mechanize don't try to go like lightning bolt through this technology tree. Keep it a little bit behind power. Keep it a little bit behind your input efficiency tech. You do not want your throughput tech getting the best of you, because making more will decrease the price, and if already your factories are doing poorly, it's only going to make them do even more poorly. So keep it at bay, okay? And guys, I'm not pulling this out of my ass. This is research I've done. So always keep it perhaps one step behind power, which can increase farming and mining output, and I would say factory input efficiency tech. This is very important to have. But yeah, so that's all I've had to say about input, output, and throughput. If you understand these three, you'll be fine when it comes to factories. So yeah, so if you have any questions, either now or on YouTube, please let me know. It's very important. So that's that. Where were we? Yeah. So moving on. So yeah, so that's that. Also, industry is where you'll get new factory types. So, for example, you'll be able to unlock new types of factory types through the industry tab here. Somewhere, I don't know where though. Oh, for example, here, see combustion engine, Daimler's automobile, Ride and Langley's aeroplanes. This allows new types of factories. Navy. So this is now military, nothing to do with your economy. To start off with, Navy is far more important in Heart of Darkness, especially now that it's linked to colonialism so much tighter. So you cannot ignore it at all, unless you're landlocked, I suppose. So starting off with naval doctrine, same as railroads before, increase that naval base max level. You're also going to want to do this if you want to get better ships, because some ships are going to need a higher level of naval base. Ship construction is basically allows you to build the newer types of ships, starting with wooden ships, steamer convoys, ironclads, cruisers, dreadnoughts, and then you have modern battleships. This is very important in basically advancing the type of ships you can get. Naval engineering basically gives you -10 build time throughout. What it also does, though, it increases the hull and the attack of your navies. So it's also very important. Before you start building a navy, seriously, invest a little bit in naval engineering. It'll really help. Naval science, supply range. So what supply range is basically if I'll give you the example of a game I was playing as France, or France. I sent a fleet all the way to Vietnam, Da Nang, and I wanted to conquer it like they did historically. What I did not do, however, I did not build, for example, a port in Pondichéry or anywhere else. So I was having to supply from a port in Bourbon, and my supply range was not cut out for this. So my navies began to start taking attrition in these foreign waters, which is very bad. You do not want your navy, especially if it's carrying troops, to start suffering attrition. That's perhaps the worst thing you could perhaps do. So to combat this, having a higher naval range, building more global ports around the world will help with supply range, and allow you to think about the United States and how it's able to project its navy across the globe. That's because it has all its ports and friendly ports around the world. That's supply range right there. From your nearest friendly port, that's what it means. And also, yeah, it also helps with organization, navy organization. Naval leadership just increases organization some more, so just +5 across the board, just more organization. When you first get into naval combat, you'll have a penalty for large fleets, so you'll realize all this naval organization is aimed at reducing that. And that's kind of like the like they can't understand each other. You can like it's hard to communicate between ships. So like alphabetical flag signaling, naval plans, these things will increase naval organization. Uh, you see, it's all about navy organization. Frankly, it doesn't even have to do as much with your attack as much as how organized your navies are. If you can reduce the penalty to organization that large navies have, then you can become really a force to be reckoned with on the high seas. So that's that. Army, starting with Army Doctrine, again, it's the same, except this allows you to build forts, so successive different types of forts. But it increases army supply consumption, so your armies are gonna cost more. It also increases dig-in cap. So when your armies are just sitting around here, and I'll talk about this later, if they just sit here especially on enemy territory, they will begin digging in, and it'll become harder to attack them or to remove them. And if you think about it, like deep defense system, for example, trench systems, this will really help if you think about like the trenches in World War I, how hard it was to remove the enemy from the trenches. So yeah, so that's what it helps with. So, and also engineer support has some help with engineers. And once you get infiltrations, you'll be able to research tanks and get tank factories. Army techs tend to be a lot more diverse than the rest. Light armament, it's the same as the navies, really. It lets you build each successive, like new different types of units. So light armament, I can get engineers, which are extremely useful. So I'll talk about that later. But it also decreases the combat width by -2%, which means that you can have more people, which means that you can have it basically increases the efficiency of your armies. So they can be attacking faster and more furiously than an army with smaller combat width. Yeah. So later on, it gives you guards, but also colonial negotiations. This is again is for colonization. You'll notice that min life rating, reducing the life rating, and remember, life rating, for example, lowering it down. Currently, I can only have 35, so lowering it down to 10 comes from technologies that are scattered around here. So colonial negotiations is here, for example. Iron muzzle loaded artillery. Sorry, one second. Just changing my notes. Yeah, so that's that. And also bolt action rifles change unit appearance. So if you're playing as Japan and you're sick of the samurai, either mod it so it changes faster, because I'm really tired of it myself, or you have to wait until bolt action rifles for their unit appearance to change. And then again, they change with modern divisional structure. This is the same, but for artillery, so artillery attack and support. I'll talk about what attack and support means exactly, but again, it increases supply. It increases supply consumption for your artillery. Military science increases organization. It also increases supply consumption again. What it will do in the long run, though, is increase mobilization size, which I'll talk about in a second. And once you get up to aeronautics, it'll allow you to start building airplanes. Not air factories. Air factories you can do over with combustion engine, right? Right in Langley airplanes, but actually build the military unit, aeronautics, which can be extremely helpful. And aeronautics is only for airplanes. It has no other use. So if you're not planning on building airplanes, you can ignore it. Although they are very useful though. And army leadership, this is very useful. Morale plus 10%, military tactics plus 25%. I would research this first, muzzle-loaded rifles second, and military science third. Or even military science second and then this third. Because that morale plus 25% is awesome. And the military tactics is really great as well. Because you can get your troops to fight longer and more furiously, it's always helpful. So that's that. I'm going to start off with doing practical steam engine, like I always do, because of currently I don't have any factories, but increasing that mining and farming output would be really helpful. Yeah. Down here, you can see what the name of it is, the research points it costs. So it's going to cost me 6,545. With military industrial complex, I know it says plus 10%, but it means plus 10% to speed, not to how much it costs. Because it's a industry tech, and I get plus 10 from military industrial complex. And right now I have, whoop, I hover over, oh, yeah, should be here. 1 second. That's a bit strange. Usually, basically, if you hover over this, it should come up with how many points you have currently stored. You can store points if you want, only up to a certain limit though, to the point that I would not recommend it. Just whenever you finish something, go on to the next one. You won't lose anything, you won't lose research points, they'll be stored up. So for example, if I start the game without researching anything, I'll just be storing up research points up to a certain maximum, which I can't remember. But so if you forget for a second, you can just keep the game on and collect some points. And once you start the research points, once you start a research, it'll give you a small boost to it. So I can hover over Practical Steam Engine. I can see when it'll be completed, how many points are invested there, and so on and so forth. I also see the activation year. You cannot get to electrical power generation in one go. You have to go step by step. Same with Army. This is where it's most important. You can't get to, for example, breech-loaded rifles until 1850. For industry, you can't get to early railroad until 1840 or steel railroad by 1870. So always keep track of these activation years, especially when it comes to getting things like Fermin life rating for colonization. Another one, by the way, is in Navy. If you go down to Naval logistics, it's one of these here, and that has to do with not machine guns, but colonial negotiations. And you can see what you need. And actually, you know what? I'll talk about inventions now. Inventions are not. Once I finish Practical Steam Engine, for example, I won't get Rotterdam Plow immediately. It will take a while for it to be innovated off of the Practical Steam Engine. So that increases my grain production by output by 20%, and I have a base chance of 6. It'll pop up here. You'll see the name of it and the percentage of how likely it is to be discovered each month. Oh, and someone is telling me right now 1 year's worth of research points can be saved. After that, you stop getting any more research points. Basically, guys, just keep researching. Don't. It'd be really stupid to waste research points, especially when it's so neck and neck with some countries. Yeah, so that's how inventions work. So grain production. But for example, things that have conditions like colonial negotiations, which are crucial for colonizing, you see the large X's. I need to have invented machine guns, economic responsibility, naval logistics, and this will increase it by 25%. I don't necessarily need all of them, but each one I activate will increase the chance of me getting it faster. And then I get a plus 10% if any great power has already colonial negotiations, and I get another plus 10 if any neighboring country has colonial negotiations. So this is something which will spread very quickly, basically. But it's always good to get there first. And you can find them here, naval logistics, and I think it was business or market regulations was the other one. But yeah, you don't need all of them, but depending on which side you're strongest at. And I believe that's it, actually, guys. Also, you can have negative inventions. Mostly, like, for example, here, secret police. If I hover over it, I have a base chance of 2, but I have minus, but, oh, no, hold on, where's something I have with negative? Anyway, some of them can have negative ones in the fact that you won't get inventions until you research certain technologies more. So inventions won't come until you have like 2 technologies under your belt, and then you can, and then it'll be discovered. So that really depends. And some of them, especially in culture, will have, especially here, for example, Manifest Destiny. You see, oh, here I have minus 1% from Manifest Destiny, because my national value is order, and I'll talk about national value later. But if you're playing as the United States, or if you have a current government, who is liberal, liberty, sorry, the United States has liberty as a national value, or if your current government is liberal, you have that increase, and you can get that morale and war exhaustion boost. What are other ones? Paramilitary groups. Yeah, some of them don't have any, have a very small base chance, so you'll actually have to activate them through something. But yeah, that's technology. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to take some water. By the way, guys, this is the newspapers. A little one will come up when you get a newspaper, and there'll be a little sound. You just open it up and you read it. I'm sure I don't want to make fun of Paradox. I'm sure they'll improve their newspapers later on. Currently, though, it's kind of useless. I'm not going to lie. Relying on notifications is far more useful because you get them instantly rather than having to open this up and reading it. I mean, if you have really nothing else to do, then you can look at it. But what's nice about them is that they change with your government type. And so if you become communist, they'll look very different than if you're a reactionary government or a conservative government. Technology, so now politics. Start off with, I can see my political party up here, my suppression points, I'll talk about those in a second, my infamy, word about infamy because it appears nowhere else, well it does actually, but infamy has a cap at 25. Never go over 25 unless you're sure of yourself. Once you go over 25, all countries of the world, at least all civilized countries, get a casus belli to cut you down to size, contain you. And it can be very harsh. The first one might actually be nice, because once you lose a containment war, your infamy is cut in half. But then other ones will begin, and your army will be diminished, because each time they contain you, it cuts your army by 50% until it's nothing. So make sure you always stay below 25. And you also have that monthly infamy change of peace at minus 0.1. When you're at war, obviously you lose it, and it reduces only at a very low pace itself. I think it's like 0.02 or something. I can't remember when you're at war. Minus, not plus. And then this is if I can enact. This will turn green. This will turn green. This hammer. If I can enact any reforms, social or political, or if I'm uncivilized and I can get up a new technology. There are no decisions, so if there are any decisions for me, if there is an election happening and when that election will end, if there is one happening, and this will appear in red if there are rebels organizing in my country. Let's open up politics. Boom. To start off with, it's very important that you guys understand the different types of government types. I find interesting that one of the most asked questions is how you become like a fascist dictatorship or a proletarian dictatorship or something. And it has to do with, well, you can do it several ways. But first of all, these are the government types. You have absolute monarchy, which you can have either through liberal, conservative, or reactionary government types. You can have His Majesty's government, which can be of any party, no matter what. So I mean by absolute monarchy, you can only be one of those three political parties. So His Majesty's government, any party whatsoever. Prussian constitutionalism, which is an in-between point between absolute monarchy and His Majesty's government. Again, just think of Prussia, think of Japan during the Taisho period, or previous Taisho period, before the Taisho democracy period. You can think of the Duma in Russia for a short period after 1905, so on and so forth. And that can only be liberal, socialist, conservative, or reactionary. Democracy, which with no king, it can be any government type, except with the democracy you cannot choose your government type like the other ones. You cannot choose it. You have to go with who won the election. You can hold an election immediately, but I'll get to that later. I'm getting ahead of myself. Proletarian dictatorship can only ever be communist. I mean, you have to either yeah, I'll tell you in a second. So it has to be communist. Presidential dictatorship is reactionary. That's usually only if you're a democracy. If you're a reactionary government and you have like reactionary rebels and you're a type of monarchy, you'll return to an absolute monarchy. But if you're a democracy or a proletarian dictatorship or whatever, you'll become a presidential dictatorship. You'll see a lot of these in Latin America, for example, Colombia, Venezuela. These are all democracies. Ecuador, democracies. USCA, democracy. If these have reactionary rebels, they'll become a presidential dictatorship. Where was I? Bourgeois dictatorship is if anarcho-liberals win, and they're the only party allowed. And then you have fascist dictatorship, which is fascists. The way you become one of these, especially the extreme ones, presidential dictatorship, bourgeois dictatorship, or fascist, or proletarian, is either by electing them into government, if you're a democracy or His Majesty's government. Because remember, Prussian constitutionalism and absolute monarchy will not allow you to become communist, anarcho-liberal, or communist. So you have to either elect them as a democracy or as His Majesty's government, and then after some time, I think it gives you the option to switch, or I don't think you have the option. You have to switch to you become communist. For example, what's a government that got elected in? For example, Hitler, National Socialists. I know Hitler was not elected. I don't need a history lecture right now, but the NSDAP, the National Socialists, were part of the government and were a legitimate part of the government, and their representative Hitler became head of it in 1933, which is part of this time frame. Or Mussolini would actually be better, 1922, I believe, 1921, 1922, and how he became prime minister. And after a while, he overthrew the democratic government and declared himself Il Duce, or the Führer, and became head of the government. So that's how fascists happen. That's also how communists or anarcho-liberals happen as well, or presidential dictatorships as well. So if you have, for example, Napoleon le Troisième, you can call him an emperor or an absolute monarch, but I think he's also a presidential dictator. So you can say he overthrew the republic, the democracy, and restored power to him and him only. So that's an example. So that's government types. And the other way is by rebels taking over you. Try not for this to happen, because you get a huge, your army gets destroyed. You get a huge prestige hit. You also get a prestige hit for turning into any one of these. But anyway, it's much rather to change internally than through mass revolution. Always, always. So as much as you can, try to do it internally through His Majesty's government or democracy into one of these extreme parties, rather than being overthrown in a fascist revolution or communist revolution. Yeah, so that's that. So that's government types. So as you can see, I'm an absolute monarchy right now. You can see my national order, my national value, which I was talking about before, is order. The other type of national values are liberty and equality. There's only three. So I believe liberty is in the United States and equality is in Sweden. What national values does France have? I don't think you can actually tell. So at most places though, however, are order, and that gives you a mobilization size of plus 4%. But you get a mobilization impact of 100%, which is not actually that bad, but it does hurt though. And I'll talk about mobilization later, but that basically affects mobilization only. And it also affects the political preferences of your people. So the people of the United States are more likely to stay a democracy because they have the national value of liberty than, for example, and I think also United Kingdom also has liberty, I believe, rather than, for example, me or Japan, who have the national value of order. And we're more likely to, and this is more likely, definitely not a must. Or for example, Russia, we're going to favor more tougher governments. So that's what national value also affects. And this is how it affects your people, not you. And you have plurality. Plurality is basically is the shared level of consciousness in our country, the memories of past victories and defeats in the name of liberty and our people of what could be. This will continuously go up and up and up. As your consciousness goes up and up and up, which I'll talk about later, if your consciousness goes down, your plurality will not go down. In fact, they're kind of intertwined together. So the higher you have your consciousness, the higher you're going to have your plurality. But if your consciousness drops, it'll remain like that. Plurality is how much your people participate in government, how much they participate in government, how much they want to be part of your country, so on and so forth. Having very high plurality means that they're going to want a more democratic form of government. Okay, so having absolute monarchy with 99% plurality is not going to have them. People are not going to be very happy. That's going to affect militancy. Revanchism. Revanchism is basically from the French word of revenge, and it is basically if you've lost core territory. Once I formed Italy, for example, and I pass Italia Irredenta, and I get cores all along here, my revanchism will increase. Whoops. Of a high revanchism. Why? Because I have territory outside of my own territory. And what this means is that my people will, when we're fighting that country to try to take back that territory, my people will have less war exhaustion, and I think they also get a small morale boost when they're fighting to reclaim territory. This is especially useful for for Serbia, for Greece. Whoops! You can see Greece has cores, green cores on all this, on all the Ottoman Empire. Serbia on all this. So you'll have to remove kebab from the premises to get the bonus in revanchism. But of course, once you've reclaimed all your cores, your revanchism returns to 0. Yeah. Next, upper house. Let me quickly pull up my other notes. Okay, here we go. So, at the beginning of the game in 1836, you only have 3 types. Everyone only has 3 types. Reactionaries, conservatives, and liberals. And this will differ from country to country. Most countries will start off more conservative. And that's kind of to represent the post-Napoleonic period and the concert of Europe after the Congress of Vienna in 1814, 1815. So there will be a lot more conservatives and quite a bit of reactionaries. It's very important that you know exactly what each type of government does and what it means to you as the player and to your people. So I'm going to quickly go through all of them now. So for example, start off with reactionaries. Reactionaries always attempt to roll back both political and social reform. This is social reform, this is political reform. So reactionaries will never want to pass either social or political reform. Conservatives prefer the status quo, but may back reforms under conditions of high militancy. They're exactly the same as reactionaries, except unlike reactionaries, they're more likely to say, okay, we'll pass some reforms, if militancy is extremely high and you're about to have a revolution. Liberals want to enact further political reforms, but will also support social reforms under conditions of high militancy. So only political reforms, but like conservatives, only social reforms under conditions of high militancy. The other ones, for example, socialist, which is another one which will come up very soon, is they always support expansion of social reforms, but are generally opposed to political reforms unless militancy is high. in times of low militancy, they will join a coalition with the communists. Just like conservatives will join a coalition with the reactionaries, and liberals will join a coalition with the anarcho-liberals. Communists will always push for the expansion of social reform, but they never support political reforms and will actually revoke them. Okay? Here you can see can't enact social reform, and I cannot enact political reform. Because for right now I have 0. No one wants to enact social reforms at the moment, 0%. Because remember, liberals don't like doing that anyway. But I have 20% favor of enacting political reform, and that's 20% of my liberals. But of course, I need at least a majority, which I do not have, and therefore I cannot. So communists can even, and reactionaries, if I have a majority of reactionaries, can revoke, can bring things back. So if I'm voting now, which I'm not, I can put it back. Or if I have, I've outlawed slavery, so with a lot of reactionaries, I can bring back slavery if I want to. Or with upper house, I can bring it back to ruling party only, which I'll talk about. I'll talk about the specifics later about these. So in times of low militancy, they will join a coalition with the socialists. So remember, the communists will actually try to revoke them because they're authoritarian nature. Fascists oppose any political or social reform unless they are in power. Basically, fascists, once they're in power, you can do whatever you want with them. There's really no restrictions. You can push back reform, you can pull forward reform, whatever you want. But will roll back political reform. So that's the only thing. They'll push social reform forward or backwards, and they'll push political reforms backwards if you want, but they will never push forward political reforms if they're a majority in government or if you have a fascist dictatorship. Anarcho-liberal, these people believe the existing government structure is incompatible with freedom, so they will always seek to overthrow the existing government. They oppose any reforms and will seek to roll them back. In times of low militancy, they will join a coalition with the liberals, funny as it may sound. The thing about anarcho-liberals, and this might sound a bit confusing, like what are anarcho-liberals? Anarcho-liberals are anarchists like Bakunin and other famous anarchists of the late 1870s, 1880s, like around the first time of the First Internationale, and like the Paris Commune, for example, anarchists. But they just added anarcho-liberal because I guess anarchist sounds a bit strange. But in this time period, anarchists were not like anarchists today. It's like no government. They're kind of they're the libertarians, basically. They're the libertarians of today. That's what they are. Yeah, so they will always seek to overthrow the government and bring it back to a bourgeois dictatorship. Think right after the French Revolution, for example, under Robespierre and the Reign of Terror, that was a bourgeois dictatorship. So that's it for different types of government. I know it might sound a bit dry, but it's extremely important that you understand the difference between all of them and know what you're getting yourself into before you actually get yourself into something. So this upper house is the pie chart is basically who controls the upper house, and this affects directly what social and political reforms you can do. And whoever has majority here is most likely to get voted in if you're a democracy. But as an absolute monarchy, I don't care about I don't care who's appointed, because you see my upper house is appointed. I'll talk about this later. So I only care about who I pick, and I've picked the reactionaries, the Ristoranzizi, versus the Moderati and Riformisti. See, you can see them by their different colors. So different ruling parties have different policies for trade, economic policy, religious policy, citizenship, and war policy. Each of them differ. Some of them are slightly similar. And over time, different countries will get new political parties as new advances are made in political theory. So you can see, for example, for the Restauranzioni, trade policy is protectionism. So trade policy is protectionism, which means my minimum tariff is minus 25%, and my maximum tariff is 100%. So we can see that here. Remember, I can't pull this all the way back. And the opposite to this is free trade for the liberals, which means my minimum tariff is minus 100 and my maximum tariff is plus 25%. You can play around with this and see. And then the only other one that's missing from here is planned economy, which, give me a second, people. Planned economy, which gives you a minimum tax of 50 and maximum tax of oh, sorry, no. I'm sorry. No, there's only protectionism and free trade for trade policy. Economic policy, then, you have state capitalism. State capitalism is when the state controls the commanding heights of the economy, but limited free enterprise is allowed. This is what you want, especially if you have not begun industrializing yet. You need some sort of control over your economy. So you get all these bonuses, or negatives. So minimum tax is going to be plus 25. My factory owner cost is going to be plus 60%. So capitalists are going to have to pay quite a bit. So I can build factories, though. I can expand factories, open, close. I can build railroads, whatever. You can read it all yourself. It's very self-explanatory. And I can invest as well. But the most important are those top four. And then you have interventionism, which is for conservatives. So you see, factory owner cost is now only plus 50% rather than plus 60. You no longer have a maximum or minimum tax. You can, and it affords you all the same bonuses as well. What it does not do, however, it does not. Actually, no, it's pretty the same. State capitalism and interventionism is pretty the same, except you don't have that minimum tax. Yeah. And then you have laissez-faire, which is the liberals, and that gives you maximum tax plus 50. So that'll cut your spending immediately. Your factory owner cost is only plus 30%. Factory output plus 5%. So if you have a large industrial base, liberals are the way to go. If you're struggling economically and you don't have any industry, avoid liberals at all costs. Stick with conservatives and reactionaries. Also, laissez-faire, they do not allow you to build factories, and you're not allowed to build railroad either. And then you have planned economy. That's the fourth one that's missing from here. Planned economy, capitalists cannot build factories at all. All factories are built by you only. You have complete control of your economy. But you cannot delete factories, you cannot open up factories, and you cannot... you just cannot delete factories, which basically represents that people have wages, work forever for the rest of their life working in the factory. So you can never close down a factory as part of a communist country. But no capitalists can build factories. Also, as liberals, as laissez-faire, you cannot subsidize anymore. Keep laissez-faire away until you're a strong industrial nation. So that's trade and economic. Those are the most important. Then we go religious. One second. Religious. So religious policy is moralism. You have four. You have moralism. This only affects events. Religious policy only affects events and things like that. It affects nothing else. The only thing that moralism does extra is that it increases the consciousness on non-state religions. For example, my state religion is Catholicism. So my state religion is Catholicism. So, and if I have moralism, all other religions within my country have increased consciousness. And they will take a hit to consciousness. It'll increase dramatically for them. So that's the only thing that moralism does. Apart from that, you have sorry, one second. Let me get back to my notes. You have pluralism, which this policy holds that each citizen has the right to hold their own religious views. Secularized, the government has no place in religion. And then atheism is the opposite of moralism. And rather than holding up on one religion, you attack all religion. And this can also affect your pops a little bit. But frankly, it's only moralism that has an effect. The rest deal with events. Citizenship policy does actually affect you. And it affects who can vote in your country if you have voting. Even right now, I can appoint, so the rich are appointed, and with residency, the policy I have right now, only my primary culture can vote, which I'll talk about in a second. What primary culture is? So only North Italians can vote. With limited citizenship, accepted cultures can vote. Plus, you get a plus 10% assimilation rate, which is huge. So limited citizenship is actually pretty good. And that accepted cultures can vote is also pretty good as well. So when I form Italy, South Italians will also be able to vote. That's why when I become Italy, I'm not going to want to have residency, otherwise I'll be disenfranchising a majority of my country, which can lead to militancy and greater consciousness. Not a good idea. Riformisti is also limited citizenship, but later on you'll find political parties with full citizenship, which means that everyone can vote. So as long as they live in your country, no matter if they're a Croat, a Slovene, a Frenchman, a Swiss, they can all vote in elections or be appointed, whatever. So it gives you a much more fairer portrayal of your people's ideologies, which I'll talk about in a second. And then last but not least, and also the third most important, is war policy. Do we have any jingoists? No. Jingoists is the far right, basically. That allows you to keep military spending high at 100%. You have a small supply consumption increase, but for jingoism, your war exhaustion is much less, and when you're fighting, you have a very, very small amount of bonus towards fighting because your armies are riled up for jingoist cause. So jingoism sometimes elapses with expansionism, irredentism, or imperialism, and it allows a 100% military budget, but increases supply consumption by 10% and reduces war exhaustion effects to 50 only. And jingoism can affect decisions and events as well. So that's jingoism. Next, you have pro-military, which is exactly the same, except you don't have that. It reduces the war exhaustion cost to 70%. That's it. It's what you're usually going to get, pro-military. And this is actually good. Jingoism and pro-military is what you want. They're always the best. Anti-military, you get 75 only, so I would get blocked here. I'd only be able to spend up to 75% defense spending. Do I have any... Yeah, the liberals are always anti-military. So supply consumption is minus 5.5. So you actually spend less on supplies. So that's good. War exhaustion is 1.5, which means that 1.2. You're spending more on war exhaustion. You're getting more war exhaustion. Pacifism, which is not shown here, you spend even less on supply consumption, minus 50. Well, here you spend minus 25, but war exhaustion is increased again. Generally speaking, war policy also affects the AI. If you have a pacifist France, for example, they're not going to be expanding. Instead, they're going to be sphering and using economic means and diplomatic means to get their ways, rather than attacking. That's what pacifist or anti-military would do. Jingoist, if you have any jingoist neighbors, get prepared for a war, because they're most likely going to go to war very quickly. Of course, this does not affect you as a human player. You can attack or make peace whenever you want. But as a pacifist country, your people will be, or anti-military, your people will be less enthusiastic for war. And for example, if Austria, God forbid, was, you can see here, I can click on Austria, hover over their faction. I can see they're conservatives, so they're only pro-military. So they are going to be in favor of war, but not as much as if they were jingoist. I think the Prussians must be jingoist. Yeah, so Prussia, not all conservative parties are the same. You'll notice that actually I don't have conservative. France, no, liberal. Liberal. Okay, Belgium, see, is a conservative party, but it's anti-military. Prussia is a conservative party, but it's jingoist. Austria is pro-military, and they're all conservative parties, but these are shaped by their historical past. And over time, you'll have more political parties which will pop up. Frankly, Belgium kind of really has really terrible political parties, but can't really do much about that. So back to politics. So that's that. For starting off, I would recommend reactionary or moderati. But with moderati, you cannot build factories. And I need to build factories to start up. And if you hover over this, you can see everything. It gives you a full list of everything, of what you can and cannot do. So, can I build factories? Yes, check. Expand factories? Check. Open, close factories? Check. Destroy factories? Check. And build railroads? Check. Yes, that's what you need to start off industrialization. With moderati, I'm not able to, and it already hurts you a lot. From liberals, you can already read all the no's, and that's absolutely not what we need. So reactionary is what we're starting off with. If you have any questions about political parties, please ask the question now. Moving on. Yeah, if your government has a jingoist policy, do AI nations treat you as such? I have not read about that happening. I know for sure. The answer is I don't know. I'll get back to you on that. I'll try to get back to you on that. Perhaps I'll post something on Reddit. I'm really not sure. Maybe they'd be more cautious for you and maybe increase defense spending. What this really does, however, is affect the AI attitude if they are jingoist themselves or if they are pro-military. So always beware of a pro-jingoist neighbor, especially jingoist neighbor. So you can expect Prussia to be expanding and pummeling Austria, or the other way around. So yeah, I'm not It's actually a very good question. But what I can say is that through my research, I have not read anything about that, so most likely no. Although that would be something good for them to add in a future patch. Anyway, so politics. So moving on. If anyone has any questions, please ask. Voter ideology. I don't have any voters right now. So up here you can see voter franchise, so only landed, weighted wealth, universal voting. So this will depend on not on your people's ideology, as it's shown here. So the people currently are 68% conservative, 12% reactionary, 20% liberal. And you can see that kind of roughly relates to the upper house. This will change dramatically, though. The people underneath your rich will change their demands in the future. So this pie chart will change. Voter ideology is who. So, for example, if it's only rich, then what are the rich entitled for? What do they want? What is their political spectrum? Who are they divided amongst? So this is who you really need to look for. Once you get up to universal, however, this should equal this more or less, depending on your upper house and your political parties and things like that, and voting system. But this will equal this in the end. This is basically an egalitarian form. The best form of democracy would be this. The best form of representing your people is this your people's ideologies right here. Voter ideologies is only voters. Okay, it does not include the people that can get militancy and get upset. Your rich might have zero socialist, but perhaps 25% of your people's ideologies are socialist, and they're their needs, their wants are not being met in the upper house, and that will increase militancy. So always keep that in mind. Once your people's ideologies begin to get way out of whack with your voter ideology in your upper house, that's when you know you need to do something about it. Important issues. This is what people find important. So what they want to hold on to. If, for example, they don't care about atheism, so if my liberals, let's say the liberals were atheists, which they're not, then they're most likely not going to vote them in because they don't care about atheism or pacifism or secularized or anti-military. That's actually what makes Sardinia Piedmont such a good country. They have really good important issues. This is also for voters. Right now I have no voters, so that's all 0. But for the people, for what they care for, 10% for protectionism, 9.9 for state capitalism, pro-military jingoism. What the most important, the thing you'll be coming back to look at here is jingoism. To add another war goal, another casus belli when you're at war, if your people are not feeling up to it, they will refuse you to add another war goal and to continue the war. This has to do with the amount of jingoism you have. And I think it's, and someone can correct me, it's 6.99%. So I definitely, to add another war goal. So if you have jingoism below 6.99% or 6.8, something like 6.9, then your people are not going to support another war. So that's that. Reforms, now, as I said, these are tied directly to your upper house. Let me see my notes. Yeah. Okay, so slavery. I talked already about this, about slavery with slaves over here, if they're useful or not. Allowed versus outlawed. This is very self-explanatory, but I'll give you the example. For example, if I hover over allowed, I can see 0% of the population wants this reform, while 10% of the upper house votes yes. And then we can see who in the upper house is going to vote yes, and this is very important. So you can see reactionary votes yes, because if we remember, reactionaries will roll back both political and social reform, while conservatives vote 100% no, and liberals 100% no. So this is very self-explanatory what slavery does, yes or no. Tell you the truth, I've never gone from outlawed slavery to allowed slavery. I don't think it really does much, actually. But anyway, once it's stuck to outlawed, you keep it on outlawed. Upper house, by the way, political reforms is what you're going to be passing first before you even think about social reform. I have actually a lot of really good notes on this stuff. Upper house, basically who gets to vote. So ruling party, who is represented in your here. So if it's ruling party only, okay, then I currently have, my current ruling party is the reactionaries. So it'd be 100% reactionary here, no matter what. I'd get 100% reactionary. And there would be no more there would be no more conservatives and liberals influencing me. This is really only good if you're fascist, communist, bourgeois, dictatorship, whatever. Because even in absolute monarchy, you have appointed. So aristocrats or capitalists have been assigned, the rich have been assigned seats in the upper house by the leader of the country. Like the Duma, for example. I hope these examples are useful. They're helping you make connections to the real world. So, for example, the Duma, after the October Revolution, sorry, not the 1905 revolution in Russia, the Duma was appointed. So, so immigrant attraction plus 1%, that's always great, and the rich only. So right now, only the rich get. So this is what the rich feel about the world at the moment. And then you have 2 per state. So basically, this gives immigrant attraction of 2, and the state vote yes. So what the hell does state vote yes mean? What that means is that it basically gives more weight to less populated states. So everyone in your country can begin voting. This is when you're a democracy more, or His Majesty's government, or Prussian constitutionalism, when you actually have voting. But basically, this is like the United States currently, the United States upper house, the Senate. So you have two representatives per state, and this means all states are roughly the same. So when it comes down to it, you'll basically have a more equal, balanced upper house. Once you change this to based on population, however, representatives are determined by the collected ideologies of the population. So that gives you +3 immigrant attraction and population vote yes. What that means is that it's not if you think about law, this is affecting exactly what your people's ideologies are. So it's going to be much more unclean. You're going to have a lot more of different smaller parties and so on and so forth. So definitely, based on population can be a bit tricky at first. Hold on, let me pull up my other notes. So this is the prime reform for a player who wishes to have an upper house that is representative of his national voting population. So like the Federal Council of the German Empire would be an example. So that's based on population. So whatever your people's ideologies are, it'll really affect here in the upper house. I hope that makes sense. Again, if you have any questions, please let me know ASAP before I go on. And if I go on, you can still ask. I'll get to it later. So vote franchise. Right now I have no voting, so no one's allowed to vote. Later on, though, I can get only landed. So only aristocrats and capitalists may vote. So that gives me 100% to the rich, basically. And immigrant attraction +1. That's it. And again, as I said, you can hover over it and you can say which political parties wants it and which don't. Weighted wealth, basically only the wealthy, clerks and above, may vote. But the rich men votes are worth twice as much as the middle class votes. So rich vote 200%, middle class vote 100%, and immigrant attraction +2%. This immigrant attraction, by the way, is really helpful in the long run. And if you want to stop losing people to the democracies of Australia or United States or Canada, this is how you do it. But slowly by slowly. By the way, this is all incremental. Okay, this is incremental. You cannot skip from no voting to universal. Although you can rush through it if you're at the end of the game, I suppose. So that's weighted wealth. Wealth is only the middle and upper classes may vote. So the rich have 100% and the middle class have 100%, and immigrant attraction +3. Weighted universal means that everyone's allowed to vote, but the rich man has more votes. So rich is 300%, middle vote is 200, and poor is 100, and you get +4%. And then universal, everyone is allowed to vote. The rich vote is +100, and everyone is +100, so it's all equal across the board. And then later on, you can also pass women's suffrage, which gives a little bit more to the poor votes. I think a little bit more. Yeah, this is very important. For example, if I go now only landed, I'll instantly become a Prussian constitutionalism. I'll no longer become an absolute monarchy. And if I continue to pass other ones, continue past different voting system and political parties here, I'll change into His Majesty's government. So that's how you advance as a democracy, basically. So that's voting franchise. Voting system. One second. Yeah, voting system. So you have first past the post here, which is basically the largest share wins. So whoever wins in the elections will take most of the upper house with them. This is the current system in the United Kingdom, for example. First past the post, or in Canada, for example, in Canada. Then you have the Jefferson system, which is the highest average method for allocating seats. What this means, what the Jefferson system basically is that you'll mostly get coalitions. This basically affects how often you'll get coalition governments. Okay, so once you get up to proportional representation, the percentage of votes that groups of candidates obtain, that's the key word, in elections equals the percentage of seats they receive. So Jefferson system, you'll get more coalition parties, and then proportional representation, you'll get very large and oftentimes uh, no, you'll get large and oftentimes political 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 party coalitions. Sorry, I forgot that word for a second. Um, and yeah, so that's basically how it works. Um, Generally speaking, keep it at first past the post for as long as you can. Once you start getting to coalitions, it starts getting really messy. Especially at the beginning, you want to keep it nice and simple, and the party that won, which is hopefully the party you wanted, will maintain a majority in the House. Public meetings, this is most likely the first public reform that will be demanded, if it's not already there. And basically, it allows public meetings. So none, there's no modifiers, but if allowed, plus 100% to political awareness, and plus 1% to immigrant attraction, and minus 25% to suppression points. I'll talk about suppression in a while. Meetings, political awareness dramatically affects how much your people want to reform politics, or how much they think about it, how much their consciousness thinks about it. It's completely different from social awareness. Political awareness only affects political reforms, how much your people want this. And it makes sense if you think about it. Press rights is the one that's most likely going to be asked from me first, even before voting. Currently, it's state press only. So literacy impact on consciousness is minus 25%. And I get increased suppression points, so I can suppress rebel movements. Or just movements, not rebels specifically. What literacy impact on which is consciousness, by the way, means is that remember, if you get literacy right, if you have high literacy, you get more. If you have high literacy, you get more consciousness. So this reduces high literacy related to consciousness. What would be an example? For example, if you look at China today, the state press of China. You can think about how state media has made a lot of people not conscious, but they have a very high literacy rate. That'd be an example. But slowly by slowly, free press gets in there, and then people start to become conscious. That would be one way of thinking about it. And then you have censored press, which is political awareness plus 25%, and then you have plus 1 immigrant attraction, always that immigrant attraction, and then free press plus 50 to political awareness, plus 25 literacy impact on consciousness. So if you have a high literacy, you're going to have a high consciousness. Immigrant attraction plus 2, and you lose your suppression point gain. It's negative now, negative 25. Trade unions are something that which you should only enact late in the game, 1870s, 1880s, I would say, depending on your industrial 4. So currently they're illegal, and no one's going to ask for them until much later, until you have a very large industrial base. Your farmers and your laborers don't really form trade unions. Here, so you have state-controlled, for example. So the social reform desires plus 10%, and immigrant attraction plus 1. That's all it does. But then you get to non-socialist, which is like, you can think of like America in the 1890s, for example, had non-socialist trade unions. So now you have social reform desire plus 20% and immigrant attraction plus 2. Oftentimes when you enact this, you'll start getting a higher demand for social reforms, obviously. And then all allowed, social reform desire plus 30%, immigrant attraction plus 3. The reason why I say hold off on trade unions, or at least just stay at state controlled, is because once you start getting to that social reform desire, people are going to start wanting to get social reforms. And a lot of these social reforms can cost your state a lot of money. So keep it until you're powerful, industrially, in terms of industrialization. Political parties, what do I have in my notes? Yeah, this will make sure, as you go along here, it'll make sure that your people's ideologies match your upper house more and more and more. Currently, only underground political parties means that ruling political party support is plus 20%, and of course, immigrant attraction. Harassment, you'll see ruling party support is reduced down to 15, immigrant attraction increase. Gerrymandering, plus 10%. States decreases 5%, and then secret ballots, you no longer have any ruling party support. This basically means that currently the reactionaries have a plus 20% ruling party support from if this was a democracy, if we were voting, or even from within the appointed people who I appoint. So this is really good for the early on. But as you go along, harassment, gerrymandering, you'll change yourself into a His Majesty's government if you're Prussian constitutionalism. And this will basically mean if you like what your people are thinking, like what the majority of your people like, for example, if you want to go communist or fascist or whatever, this is a great way to do it. Yeah, so as you progress around here, your people's ideologies will begin to match your upper house more and more. So that's it for political reforms. If you have any questions, just let me know. I'm just going to go briefly talk, and this is not as important, but if you want to increase, so ask any questions while I'm saying this. If you want to increase your chances of getting a fascist government, you're going to want a high revanchism, and you're going to want to have a lot of laborers and a very strong middle class. Two things will give you fascists in your government. So strong middle class, industrial support, strong industry, and high revanchism, and high militancy, of course, always high militancy. So you have communists, you need high militancy, low literacy, which is the opposite of fascism, and yeah, low literacy, high militancy, and that's really it, and high consciousness. And this is what will produce communists. Yeah, those are the two that sometimes people say are the hardest to get. Well, those are the things you need. That's why you won't see very many fascist revolutions, because of that revanchism demand. And again, remember, revanchism can be seen right here. Okay, no questions? Let me just take a quick water before I get into social reform. Okay. You should not, first of all, before I even begin, you should not be passing social reform, any of it, until you are strong economically and strong industrially. These can destroy your industry and destroy your economy if you do not enact them on the proper times. Each one of these, or most of them at least, I'll go through them, increase the bureaucratic costs. Remember here, budget, we were talking earlier about budget increases. These will increase how many bureaucrats you need and the cost of the bureaucrats, and they will increase social spending as well. Not only that, some of them, well, I'll go through them now and you'll see. Whoops. So here, so minimum wage seems nice and all. You increase it slowly by slowly. Your first one, minimum wage plus 20%. You see plus 40, plus 60, plus 80%. And this increases immigrant attraction. This might seem nice. This is terrible for your capitalists. Forget about you. You as the government can perhaps handle it, but your capitalists will not be able to pay minimum wage if they're not strong enough. That immigrant attraction is awesome, but keep minimum wage at trinket or low throughout the entire game. You do not want minimum wage, because that immigrant attraction is really not that worth it for the cost that your industrialists, your capitalists will have to pay for paying all those workers. It's really not worth it. Trinket low is what I would say. Keep it at. And maybe at the very end, you can change it up to acceptable. Max work hours is another one you do not want to touch until you have very strong industry. To unlimited days is where it's at. So 14-hour work days. It decreases the luxury needs for your poor and your middle class. Because of course your rich don't work in factories. But your factory throughput is minus 5%. And immigrant attraction plus 1. What this does is that it's really great, and this increases. So you see, so I get 8 hours a day, minus 20% of the luxury needs for poor and middle class. Helps them get their luxury needs faster. That's what it means. So luxury needs for poor and middle class minus 20 means they have more time to go shopping, buy their luxury needs, so on and so forth. This is really great in the end game, and you can deal with the minus 20 throughput as long as your technology stays up to par, as long as you're really strong in technology. So you can get up to 8, maybe 10 hours, 8 hours if you're really strong, because that minus 15, minus 20 luxury needs will really turn your poor and middle class into real consumers, and it'll really help boost your economy. Safety regulations are the same thing as max work hours, except they decrease everyday needs. So it goes life needs, everyday needs, and then luxury needs. So the everyday needs are decreased for poor, rich, and middle class. Except the factory cost is increased dramatically. Plus 25, plus 50, plus 75, plus 100. Unless you already have a very strong industrial base, do not pass this. For example, if I passed it right now, I'd be over, because my capitalists would not be able to afford building factories on their own. This is very dangerous, safety regulations. Again, unless you're a communist state. For example, if you're the USSR with ginormous resources and you're the only people building factories, then I guess it makes sense. For any of these, really. Unemployment subsidies, these are good, are not bad, because they affect you, your budget, your government budget. They don't affect your capitalists. In fact, they help your capitalists. So once you enact trinket subsidies, so no subsidies, no modifier, but trinket subsidies plus 25% unemployment benefit, which means that you'll start paying people here, social spending, and that once people go unemployed, sorry, not employed, once people become retired, they get some money and they can continue spending in your market. They can continue spending money. The exact mathematics is that 1/4 of your population around will become pensioners, and you'll start paying 1/4 of your population a 5, 10, 15, 20% pension level, depending on how much money they had made during their life. Yes, the game calculates all this stuff. So they have a pension and everything. And so the great thing about high pensions is that they'll continue to be consumers even after they've left the workforce. Healthcare, no healthcare. This is again a great one, this and public school system, because it affects only you. Trinket healthcare, that population growth is really great. And that immigrant traction, try to get healthcare as much as you can. It's really helpful. And then school system is the same. Immigrant traction increases, and that education efficiency plus 10%, and then plus 15, and then plus 20. Especially basic school system. The other ones, I mean, the advantages only increase very smallly, very little, but still, increasing education efficiency is really great. And if you're an uncivilized country that's just civilized, getting this is really helpful to boosting your education. But of course, you're going to need extra bureaucrats. It's going to cost you more. So for school system, healthcare, pensions, and unemployment subsidies. Oh, I skipped this. Hold on, I'll get to that in a second. Sorry, I skipped unemployment subsidies. But these are all bore on your own budget. So make sure you have a good budget to begin with. Unemployment subsidies. So basically, if you have unemployed pops, remember if you're for example, craftsmen go unemployed, instead of getting militants and start reading Marx and Bakunin, your government will pay them some money to stay at home, and basically they'll be able to survive. They won't die off in starvation, basically, which is going to be terrible. So trinket subsidies is actually pretty good. So low subsidies. You think about the reforms that Otto von Bismarck passed in the late Prussian Empire, and he was the first to enact pensions and unemployment subsidies. These can really help make sure that your unemployed pops don't become militant, and that they remain alive basically until you can get them jobs. So unemployment subsidies are good. So avoid these top 3. Get these top 4 if you can, but make sure you have a strong economy. And for max work hours and safety regulations, get them at the very end. They're extremely helpful, but only if you have a strong industrial base. And that's it for reforms, really. But once you got reforms, that's it. Now it's going to be really smooth sailing through. Movements, basically if you have any movements here and rebels, this is actually very self-explanatory. You have suppression points, and if I have rebels that pop up, I can suppress them here. Actually, I'm going to move back to my Italy game now. Sorry, I forgot my little note to myself. And I'm going to show you movements and so on and so forth. I'll quickly show you decisions though, because I've already finished most of the decisions in my Italian game. So here, for example, decisions are like historical decisions per country, and they differ per country, of course. Some of them are the same though. For example, restore the academia will restore your administration. So if you don't want military-industrial complex anymore, if you just hover over the question mark, so I need 45 prestige, and then I can pass it, and it gives me the following effects. Cavour's diplomacy, if you're trying to create Italy, you can use these. It'll especially be helpful. You don't really need Cavour's diplomacy, but again, read what it says, what you need. So you need Milan, Bergamo, Brescia, which is Lombardia, the state of Lombardia. And then you get cores on them, but you lose 10 infamy, so you can go to war again against Austria if you want. And you gain 21 prestige, which can help you become a great power immediately. But you have to give up Annecy, Chambry, and Nice to the French. So it's up to you. Statuto Albertino, average militancy of at least 3, and then you get prestige boost, and all populations starting Piedmont lose 2 militancy. And then Avanti Italia, you have to have greater power, you have to have prestige of 45, you have to be great power, sorry. And Italy has to have, you have to have control everywhere that Italy, see all this? So I have to either have it annexed or in my sphere of influence, this entire area. Notice that Venetia is not included, but once you unite Italy, then you can go for a war of unification against Venetia. So yeah, that's decisions. So for those of you on YouTube, I'll see you in a second. Those of you watching live, please ask questions. Okay, and we're back. So this is 1887. Of course, I've progressed quite dramatically in the game. We can go back here. So my movements. Boom! Yes, this is what it'll normally look like by the end of the game. You can also see my upper house, for those of you that are wondering. See the socialists and everything. Yes, so we can organize it by how many people support the movement. Movements are not rebels, okay? That's important to note. They're like committees to try to get something passed in government. Lobby groups. Think of the United States, for example. So common school movement. So most of my pops want the common school movement, which is great. And I'm not going to suppress it, but I'll show you here. So they're radicalizing. This is how radical they are. So this describes how much the people of the movement trust the political process in your country to get them what they want. A movement with high value will convert to a rebel uprising if not suppressed. So if this reaches to 100, they will become rebels. So rebel is demanding common school movement, which would be kind of funny to see. Nonetheless, I would like it, but I cannot. Why? So if I hover over acceptable school system, I can see why reactionaries, conservatives voting. Oh, some of them are voting yes. But 90% no, and you can see why. A majority of the upper house does not support this reform, in other words. And I'm also a democracy, weighted wealth, so this will change over time. So my upper house will change. But so currently it's 13. So let's say I was afraid of the common school movement, I could suppress it. What this will, however, do, it'll cost me 14 points. Yeah, it'll cost me 14. I have 80 right now, and I'm gaining from bureaucrats. You get 0.66%, but because I have public meetings allowed, it's minus 25% of that. So I have 80, so I could suppress it for 14 points, but it will radicalize it by 10, and it will come back in the future. So it won't disappear. But if you want to hold off something, you can suppress it. But once it gets to 100, it will become rebels. And it won't be called common school rebels. They'll join most likely liberals, I suppose. or maybe socialists, I suppose. They'll join the socialist cause. So you can see that for everything. So suffrage, if you just hover over it, you can see exactly what they want. So movement is calling for enactment of wealth voting. So currently I have weighted wealth, so they want wealth. And it's pretty straightforward. So I'm not going to invoke that. So it's going to cost me 14. See, it's 66, and it's disappeared. Suppressed. So I've sent in my secret police, and I've cracked their skulls together. But that's going to make them more angry. So they'll come back with more radicalism. And I always suppress liberation movements. I don't want... you definitely don't want liberation movements to come up. They can get nasty. Anyway, rebels are basically movements that have now become rebels. So you can see rebel support, who they are. So they're Italian reactionaries, communists, anarcho-liberals. So currently the biggest one is Croatian nationalists. Yeah, so this shows you how many people support the faction, how many brigades will actually rise up. So currently none, right? So 0. Rebel brigades ready to join in a rising. So 0. So I don't need to worry about them. But Italian reactionaries have 28, which is a bit worrying. So do the communists. Communists have 12. We can see how many rebel brigades are active in revolt. I don't have any revolutions at the moment. This is what the red flag means, by the way. They're organizing. This means they're rebel power. So the higher the percentage, the stronger the rebel uprising will become. So they can increase. So currently these reactionaries could become very powerful. Revolt risk and how likely. These rebels will win if the following is true. So the capital is controlled by Italian nationalists. While for Croatian nationalists, it's for these rebels will win if the following is true. For all core provinces of the following territory must be true. So all Croatian territory in my control must be controlled by them for 30 days, and then it will be released, and a war of liberation will be fought. Yeah. Most likely, you cannot do anything once you get to rebels. You can pass some reforms and lower militancy. These numbers of you see revolt risk here is directly tied to militancy, which I'll talk in a bit. So if you have low militancy, these guys won't rise up. Otherwise, you just have to take them like a man. I mean, 19th century was the era of revolutions, so you can kind of expect it. Yeah, that's really all the advice I really have to give you. Yeah. So that's movements. Is there anything else I wanted to show you? Yeah. So you see decisions. Later on, everyone will get to build the Suez Canal and build the Panama Canal. And so you can hover over it and see what you need, and then you can begin construction. Building the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal will you'll get the Suez or you'll get Panama. Well, seems to be a battle here. You'll get is it Panama City? You'll get one of them, and you begin building this, and then finally people can begin passing through the Suez to get to wherever. It also dramatically decreases colonial points. How many colonial points you need to colonize, for example, Micronesia or wherever, because the distance is much shorter now. But also, if you built it, you also get monthly money, like a toll. You get a toll money every month, which can be quite helpful, I suppose. And release nations. That's the final one. Also, by the way, you can see up here, these are the modifiers that are affecting your entire nation. So I have the Geneva Convention, which gives me monthly war exhaustion minus 1.01, organization regain rate of plus 1%, but my maximum military spending is minus 10%. But also as passing the reform, you get minus 1 infamy, so I felt it was worth it. This is where you can release satellites and dominions. I cranked out this game really quickly, and I was going to show you what I could do with Tunisia, but the Prussians took it from me and made the Prussian Democratic Republic of West Morocco. Frankly, I hate dominions completely, but you might enjoy them, so who am I to say? which you'll enjoy. But anyway, so here's where you would release them, and they would stop costing you colonial power. I'll talk about this later though. Croatia, so here I can release something. If they're connected to me by territory, they're a satellite. If they're connected to me as part, if they're overseas, they're a dominion. That's the difference. Okay. So going back, so I can release any of these like Croatia, Lombardia, two Sicilies as a satellite. If you're in dire need of reducing your infamy, this is how you do it. You can release it, get -5 infamy. Also, you no longer have to control the territory if it's completely useless. For example, with Trieste, if I wanted to get, I could lose one province, and I would make Trieste into a satellite, which would put it into my sphere and make it a satellite, which I'll talk about what satellite exactly are. And I get -5 infamy. So that's that. That's politics. If you have any questions about politics, let me know. But that's it. Next, population. This is all the information about all your pops. Here you can expressively visualize what all your pops are doing. To begin with, you can see your male population. Our adult male population is 5.91 million. Our adult male population has changed by 7.25 thousand in the last 30 days. The reason why we care only about the male population, sorry women, is because all of these pops are all male. You don't have any female farmers or laborers, which I think is a bit strange, especially for craftsmen, since how many women's worked in the mines and in the factories. But anyway, I'm not questioning how the game works. So our total population is 23.65 million, but our adult male population is 5.91 million. And so it changed. So it's changing by positive 7,025, which is great. I can see up here what my how many national focuses I get through technology and whatnot. So I have 5.51 million people of primary or accepted culture. So I'll just tell you guys right now. Population is North Italian. This is my primary culture, and accepted culture is South Italian. These are tolerated. Okay, everyone else cannot vote, cannot anything, except if you have full citizenship. But where was I? Yeah, so for here, primary accepted cultures gives us 13 focus points. Okay, so technically I can get 13 to 14 national focuses, but my technology limits me to a maximum of 4. And I can see where I'm putting them. So I can see I'm encouraging soldiers a lot. So technology limits, and you can increase that by increasing political thought here. See, max national focus. The opposite can also work for you. If you have a very tiny population, but you are allowed 2 national focuses, sometimes you'll only be allowed 1. So having a big population will allow you to have a lot of national focuses, your maximum amount of national focuses. And then you have militancy. I know we've been talking about this a lot. Let me define what it is now. Your average militancy will change over time. Right now I haven't started the game. I'll start the game a little bit. So there you go. So currently my estimated militancy is dropping due to God knows how many different modifiers. Hundreds of modifiers change this. So it's dropping, very, very small, but it is dropping. Generally speaking, you are going to get revolutions past 2 militancy. So expect revolutions past 2. You can get revolutions below 2 militancy, of course, but expect ones past 2, you could say, and especially the higher up you go on militancy. Militancy really is just consciousness, unhappy people with high consciousness. As you can see, my consciousness is really low. It's only 0.56, when in reality it could go all the way up to 9.99. So the average consciousness of our population is 0.56, and it is decreasing. And it's most likely because I have a very large clergy. And so having infamy, however, increases it by 0.01, but it's still decreasing due to, again, many, many different factors. So if I had a very high consciousness, like let's say 5 or even 6, and those people with very high consciousness start to get upset because of something, they become unemployed or something, they will immediately become militant. And this is what feeds into militancy and then into revolution. Consciousness is great because consciousness helps you get research points, if you remember. Increases your literacy. Where's Well, it increases plurality, which increases your consciousness increases plurality, which increases your research points. That's how it affects it. Other than that, conscious people will want to promote. They won't promote. They'll want to emigrate. They'll want to move somewhere else. They'll promote to a better status, better job. They'll be more likely to try out new different types of political parties, things like that. So consciousness is something you have to live with. It's a good thing because you're going to need it, especially if you want craftsmen and to build a strong economy. But you're going to have to realize that if you have such high consciousness, it's really a balancing act. If you have very high consciousness and the perfect conditions, your militancy will go through the roof and you'll have a revolution, basically. That's that. This is basically all information. For new players, you can ignore this if you want. You don't have to look at it. Or maybe you can just look at it for fun. If I click here, you can see everything in your entire country. So I can see North Italian 48.8, South Italian 44.4, and then I have some Croats, Slovenes, and South Germans who cannot vote. They cannot vote. So they would have higher consciousness and be a bit upset. Most importantly, though, you can see religion. So my religion is actually 99.5%. So it's probably Jewish populations. So you can see here. So I can organize it by religion, you see? So I go down, yes. Oh, no Jews. Oh, one Jew. 1,140 Jews in Dubrovnik. The rest are Orthodox. And because if I have moralism, their consciousness over here will increase. And you can hover over it and you can see what's increasing it. Yeah, you can see what's increasing their consciousness and what's increasing their militancy. This is very good to see. For example, if you're looking at everything and let's say militancy. So these guys have 10, which is the maximum. You can also only have 10 consciousness. So these laborers in North Italy, these gold precious metal laborers, North Italian Catholics, have very high militancy and very high consciousness. And you can see why. So conservative lowers it. Okay, so now it's being lowered by everything. So that's good. But my consciousness is increasing. Literacy is increasing it. Luxury goods bought is increasing it. See, clergy is decreasing it. That's how clergy affects this. Infamy is increasing it. Authoritarianism and traditionalism decreases consciousness. And then, of course, hierarchical order, which is a invention, social idea, which is created, increases it. We have like ideologies, so different ideologies, issues. So acceptable school system. You can imagine the clergymen are very interested in that. Unemployment. It's okay if you're farmers and a little bit less your laborers are unemployed. It's okay. That means it's kind of the natural way of things during this period. Once you start seeing craftsmen unemployed, that's a problem though. You need to get rid of that. And you see they have low literacy. A lot of them have low literacy. They have high militancy, and now they're communist. Yeah, so now they're communist. You can also organize by rebel faction. So you see the Slovene nationalists. Do we have any fascists? Whoa. No fascists. But also rebel faction can also be like common school movement. Like, it's not only rebel, but it's also like the movement they're part of. So reactionaries. So like high militancy. It really depends. And you can see the population change. So See, my North Italians, South Italians are increasing. Whatever. And then average literacy. So average literacy is the highest in North Italy. Well, it's the lowest amongst Slovenes because they're kind of segregated from society. And you can hover over this and you can see cultural assimilation. I'm not going to go through all of this. You can read it on your own time. There's a lot. This is basically the mathematics behind everything. What I am going to talk to you guys about now is quickly this. So it's talked about nationality. This is dominant issues. The same in the other post, and the other in politics. Ideology, what they believe in, and electoral vote. So who people will vote for, the weighted wealth. So the middle class and the rich, with an emphasis on the rich. Who are they voting for? And so yeah, that's that. And you can also, of course, click on each one. It gives you different information. You can click on Palermo and see they're all South Italian, etc., etc. What is, however, important for this, and this might sound a bit dry, but this is where it gets really interesting. Let's take. It's a good one to take. Take these communists, these French communists. If you click on them, this screen pops up, and believe me, not a lot of people know about this. Actually, you know what? No, let's go capitalist or aristocrat. No, capitalist. We need. So you can deselect all and collect. So these are all my capitalists in all of Italy. So my North Italian ones here. So you can see they're very well educated. So here they go. North Italian, they're from Turin. They have militancy of 2.39, consciousness of 6.47, literacy, average literacy of 83.5. You can see it's increasing. If you hover over it, you can see why it's increasing. They're Catholic. Cash, this is how much cash they have, 28.16. Their income, how much money they're making, 28.17. Their expenses, 111. And their savings, how much savings? So these guys are not saving. So there's something really wrong with my economy right now. I can see if they're employed, so on and so forth. And then you can see internal migration, external migration, or colonial. So none. And then I can see promotions or demotions. So there's been one people will demote to bureaucrats each month. So I can see why. And if you hover over this, you can see each single reason why. So bureaucrats, because healthcare is trinket healthcare. Literacy is above 80%. Administration above 50%. So on and so forth. There's a lot of different categories. So why is it 14% to artisans? And this of course changes every day. So you can see, you can read it for yourself. So if you want to know why something is happening, really just click on. So no one has savings. Who's got savings? Yeah, just click on this and you can see. So you can see, for example, these artisans are promoting, see, demotions. So 16 people will demote to different things, while one will promote to clergy. So some will demote to craftsmen and farmers. Some will promote to clergymen, depending on, again, so we have plus 20 for education spending above 99%. And then minus 12% for clergymen is at least 2.4. So altogether, that's 8%. Yeah, that's all I have to say. And why the craftsmen, you can read. Most importantly, however, and let's get from the middle class, for example. So let's take these guys. Is this. We can see their life needs, how much life needs they need, what their everyday needs are. So right now their life needs are 100%. So for life needs, they need cattle, wool, fish, fruit, grain. Okay? This is what they need to survive, to not die off. This is everyday needs. Everyday needs are not necessary to survive, but without them, your people will get a bit upset. And this is different, by the way. So for example, I need tea for a clergyman, but I might not need tea for a craftsman because he's poor. He's in the poor strata. But he needs a bit of glass. These are very little quantities if you notice. So a bit of coal, tobacco, regular clothes. To ensure that your pops are doing well, you want to secure all of these, especially the luxury goods. By the way, because clergyman is part of the middle class strata, all of these are the same for all middle class. Although it's different for rich, and it's different. For example, rich will perhaps demand an airplane. As funny as that might sound, but they might demand an airplane or something, and the poor will demand something else for luxury needs. But their life needs, I think, are all exactly the same. Life needs are always the same. Currently, none of them are getting luxury needs. And what I could do to improve this is, well, I can see what they need. They need a lot of wine. I'm actually already producing wine. But other than that, they need automobiles, opium, coffee, luxury clothes, luxury furniture. They can import this, but it'll be expensive, especially if I have my tariffs high, which I don't. So rather, what they do, what's better is to secure these through colonization, through spheres of influence. Countries that produce coffee, you can sphere them, and it will help your pops get the coffee need, their coffee fix, or their luxury clothes, or whatever. That's that. So craftsmen, you can see the food is the same, except they need less food. They don't eat as much. It's only 33.9% are getting their basic needs. This changes dramatically every day, by the way. You can see what they need for everyday needs: tea, liquor, regular clothes. And then luxury needs, they don't need as much luxury needs. They need much less than the middle class does. And then the rich, we go up. Rich aristocrats, for example, so they need a lot more life needs, though they're still in small quantities. And then they need some luxury clothes for everyday needs. See, for everyday need, for luxury, so for example, luxury clothes and luxury furniture is the luxury needs for the middle class. And then, well, airplanes haven't been invented yet, but for luxury needs, they need a little bit of steamer convoys and some clipper convoys, I guess, to represent yachts and whatnot. Opium, they'll smoke some opium, telephones, ammunition, small arms for hunting, for example. See, it takes like little things like this. That's what I like about this game. But yeah, no, that's it. This is basically this is the game. This is the game. Securing that your pops have enough life, everyday, and luxury needs. Everything you should be doing in this game is to make sure that your pops get 100% of life, everyday needs, luxury needs. But since we do not live in some sort of fantasy world, this is impossible. You're never going to be able to achieve 100% for everything and for everyone. Just like the real world is unequal, this game is unequal, and inequality is bred into this game. You need to understand that very easily, and that really you should be focusing on the needs of first the rich to boost industrialization, and then the middle class, and then if you have time at the very end, the poor. This is what you're building up for. This is why you build an empire. At least this is why I do it. I mean, you can feel free to disagree with me, but this is really what makes a successful game. If you can supply enough of your pops with their life, everyday and luxury needs through colonization, through conquest, through spheres of influence, through diplomatic entrangling, whatever. Everything is to make sure that your pops can get, whether they're rich, whether they're middle class, or at the very end if they're poor, they can get their tea in the morning. That's the game. Okay? So that's that. If you have any questions, please let me know. Trade, if you just hover over trade, so you'll see our top 3 exported goods are, so fish, fruit, wool, and then our top 3 imported goods are grain, tea, and regular clothes. This basically means that currently I am importing a lot of grain, tea, and regular clothes, which means I should perhaps go and conquer somewhere or sphere somewhere that is producing a lot of tea. To do this, RGO, I know it's tea here. And I can look around the globe and see where they produce tea. So some here. In India, I could sphere Makran or Sindh. Perhaps I could sphere a part of China. And this would give me, this would help make sure that my people can get tea, fulfill their demand for tea. And the same for regular clothes. I can build more regular clothes factories. So always keep on track of this. You don't really need to care as much for exported goods, but look at our top 3 imported goods and try to make sure that you can lessen the import on them and try to focus on your own common market. Try to fulfill the demand from within rather than having to rely on imports, because imports are expensive. So this is a trade screen. For people new to this game, forget about this. It's fine. You don't need to look at this. Really, you don't. But you can generally look here, and you can see if you're having trouble like what factory to build, always remember, try to build factories where the inputs already are. You can come here and see what goods are doing well in the market. So currently, telephones are doing well. They're appreciating. The price is increasing. So building a factory for them would be good. Automobiles are good. Small arms are good. Artillery is good. So building these things will help, or fuel as well. Fuel is in high demand. Oil, of course, oil. So these things will help make sure that your factories your factories are profitable. But beware of producing too much, because you'll reduce the cost of it. Because if you have a lot of supply, and the demand stays high, the price will eventually decline slowly by slowly, especially as more and more countries, because the AI also reacts to this. The AI will build things pertaining to what's doing well on the market. The price will decrease. And that's fine, because then once the price of the automobile goes down or the price of the telephone goes down, then not only your rich are able to produce it, pay for it, but also the middle class, and then perhaps at the very end of the game, the poor will be able to buy automobiles and telephones. Sorry. Automobiles and telephones, yeah. So that's that. This is how, by the way, you buy up goods. I was telling you about, like, if you want to build a lot of forts and if you're short on cash, really, go ahead and start stockpiling. Also, before a major war, if you'll realize, and I'm sure many of you will know, that when you're at war, you start losing a lot of money very quickly. This is because you're importing a lot of ammunition, small arms, and all things that you need for your army. To make sure that you decrease this ginormous cost before going to war, stockpile on everything your army might need. Just quickly, if I hover over this and I hover over, I'll talk about this more later, but I can see, boom, ammunition, small arms, canned food. So I can go here, unclick automate, make sure to check it again once it's done. Whoops, canned food, and I can say how much I want. Oh, it's automated. If I move automation, I can select how much I want. And then once the game starts, I'll start dramatically building up a stockpile of canned food. Yeah, you can click automate. Automate. You can also see the price of the goods up here. Needs is basically what I showed you in population summarized up here. So your government needs this. This is the army. The army is going to need this. Okay? Factories are going to need this to make sure your factories remain profitable. Okay? So if you're having tough time with your factories, you can go look at what they need. You can try to go and collect more timber or more coal. You can also hover over it and you can see who the top 5 producers are. Maybe attack them for the resource. Or sphere them. Sphere them. That'd actually be much easier. Population. This is what your pops want. So I have very high demand for liquor, regular clothes, and furniture. So if I try to increase the amount of this, then my people will be much happier. People who do not get their demands, if People who do not get their everyday demands will become militant, will get upset. People who do not get their luxury demands, nothing really happens. But if they do get their luxury demands, that will make sure that they will remain very loyal to the party. So if you can get as many people with luxury demands as you can make a very, very loyal and non-militant society. Think about United Kingdom during this period. I mean, there's a lot more other factors, of course, but um, just due to the high level quality of living in Great Britain compared to the rest of the world. This is market activity. How much is being sold and bought? So costs. I don't know why this is in negatives, to tell you the truth. I guess it's, yeah, but you can see the activity of different goods. Yeah, so basically how much is being bought and sold. Stockpile, how much I have in stockpile. You can see it up here. I have a lot for my army, basically. And I can see the increase as well. And this is the common market. Okay, now I'm going to explain what the difference between the world market and the common market. This is where people often ask or get confused. The common market, and you can see it here, is basically everything you own, everything you annexed, all your territory, plus your spheres. Whoops. Plus your spheres. So in my sphere is Bosnia-Herzegovina, Albania, and Greece. So everything they're producing here, that factory in Sarajevo, and all their RGOs here, and Albania, and all of Greece, are part of my common market. And I can see that here. And I can see the increase and how much I'm exporting abroad, whatnot. What this common market means, and this is all done by spheres of influence, okay? What the common market means is that everyone within this common market will buy from within this common market first. If they cannot find anything, like for example, if they cannot find opium, then they'll go elsewhere to buy opium. In fact, I think Bosnia has some opium now. Oh, no, does not. So, for example, if they want opium, they're going to have to go elsewhere to get it. Outside of our common market, onto the world market. And that's this. This is the world market. Okay? So I can go to opium. Where's opium? Here. And so the price is reducing. So they would only have to pay very little bit. So I say need 15.78 for pops. So I can I can stockpile opium. The details. Oh, that's strange. Why is there? If you click on details, however, you can see produced by, used by, and may be used for. But yeah, so always keep in mind the difference between common market and the world market. The world market is far more expensive than the common market is. So if you can, try to make sure that you have a very varied amount of resources within your common market, because then you won't have to go out into the world market and it'll get very expensive. This also goes back to tariffs. So if you have a very large sphere of influence or a colonial empire with a lot of different resources, you can increase tariffs and you can focus within your common market and not have to worry about the world market. That's trade. I have nothing really else to say about that. So always remember your pops will look for the common market, which is cheaper, before the world market. Diplomacy. This is pretty self-explanatory. I'll quickly go through it. You can see the top 8 powers here. So UK, France, Russia. This is in my game, of course. This will be different. Italy, and underneath them, you can see everyone in their sphere. You can see I have Albania, Bosnia Herzegovina, and Greece in my sphere. Russia has all these people in their sphere. Hungary has Serbia, whatever. You can then see their points. So you can see I have 618 points. Well, United States has 1,000. So I have to get above 1,000 to beat United States for 4th place. Other than that, it's very straightforward, all this. This just allows you to find countries. You can sort them by rank. So I can see all the secondary powers. So who can colonize, so Belgium upwards. And see who's the best militarily. See, Chinese Empire is not even here, but they have one of the best militaries. Industry. See, Japan is not a world power, but they're number 3, 4, 5, 6. See, and they're also number 9, so they might actually kick out the Netherlands because they have a very strong industry, and of course prestige. And then sphere of influence. This is all the countries by sphere of influence, and different people's sphere of influence. You can see the United Kingdom is very large. I only have 3, so on and so forth. And of course, relations. This prio is priority, influence priority. So currently, I've been trying to influence Switzerland, Serbia, and Bulgaria. Currently, it means I'm not getting any influence in Switzerland or Serbia, but I'm still influencing Bulgaria. So if I hover over Bulgaria, you'll see how many points I'm getting. So I'm gaining, so my current influence is high. I can decrease it to 1. But because I'm not influencing anything else, I don't have to share my points with anything else. So I can keep it all my influence points on Bulgaria. So we gain plus 2.48. So for example, if I clicked on Yunnan, I'm only getting 0.8185. Anyway, so I'm getting 248 influence on Bulgaria each day. Our base influence is 0.350. That should immediately tell you that you're actually losing influence points. So we are discredited in Bulgaria. I'll talk about what that means later. Our relations are 2.5. See, there's a little flag up here, discredited. So I could just probably increase relations with them. Other national investors. Remember if I was talking about national investors, so you can see that Russia has put in $11,000 into Bulgaria. So that's minus 50 for me. But then our total score of nation relative to total score of their nation relative to our total score is plus 93. So altogether, I'm still getting influence, but at a much reduced case. So we can try to work around that, or find someone new to sphere. Spheres, by the way, guys, are not only for the common market, but also you can use them for alliances or as buffers. I use a lot of spheres as buffers between me and a potentially a very large and angry enemy. But yeah. So that's that. Here we can see, you can also click here, by the way, guys, to get to diplomacy, here or here. Or if you just click here, if you click here on a country, you can click go to diplomacy. You can also see, I'll talk about this screen later for other countries. If you go to diplomacy, you go immediately there to show great powers. So anyway, right now we want to look at ourselves. So we can see great power, Prussian constitutionalism, destra liberal, military-industrial complex, my score, my population. I can see my primary and accepted culture. Let's do the same for Prussia, so North German, South German. Primary is Dutch, Flemish, Russian, and then they also accept Belarusian, Ukrainian, Ugrian. United States, Yankee, and then Dixie, Texan, Cherokee, Afro-American. French, and then French-Canadian. Basically, your primary culture are the first-class citizens in your nation. No matter what, they can always vote. They always participate in government. And then this is South Italian as our accepted culture, and they are tolerated, but they cannot always vote. You will always have one accepted primary culture. So, for example, the British have British and Anglo-Canadian only. Yeah, where were we? So then we can see who we're friendly with. Spheres work like this. You start off neutral with them. So, for example, currently you can see I'm neutral with Indore, neutral, while they're in Britain's sphere. More importantly, though, after that, after I put on some prio, so for example here, I'm friendly with Bulgaria. So they're friendly here. So once I start putting on some influence with them, once I get up to 50 points, you'll get like a shining green thing here, and I can click increase opinion, and I'll get up to cordial. Again, you have to do another increase opinion to get up to friendly, and then you have to get 100 points to put them into your sphere. If, for example, Bulgaria is in Russia's sphere, so I'd have to remove them from Russia's sphere, and then I can get another 100, and then I can add them to my sphere. It's a bit harder. Can your country contain untolerated pops? Yes. So, for example, no, I'm limited citizenship, so only my accepted and primary, of course, culture can vote. But if I had full citizenship, here, I'll just go here quickly. The French here would be able to vote as well. You see, I have my South Italian, Croatian, Slovene, South German. So these people cannot vote. They're not part of my government. They are excluded from public services often. They'll be higher conscious, perhaps a bit more militant. They'll want to leave your country more often. I showed you the large Croatian nationalist independence movement. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Oh, but they're still working. So, for example, I've got Croatian clergymen, artisans, farmers, clergymen, whatever. They're not expelled from my country, obviously. Anyway, so back to here. So that's how sphering works, and it's pretty simple. I'll go quickly now through these. So that's all this. So I can form an alliance. If you click this, you can hover over it, and you can see why France or whoever would or would not accept an alliance from you. So France says they have too many great power allies, so that's minus 1,000. Before great wars are discovered or theorized or whatever, you can only have one great power ally. After that, you can start having more great power allies to represent the large chains of alliances. So yeah, so France will not ally with me. Too bad. If they're my ally, I can call them to my aid. Okay, and they will or they will not. By the way, all of these cost diplomatic points, and please, diplomatic points are very straightforward. You have points that go up to 9, and then you have to spend them. But if you're a great power, I get plus 100% from improved technology, plus 20. So the base is 0.3, and then each month I get 0.6 now. So call ally, so that will cost you 0 5 points. As for military access, again, you can look. Why? It's infamy, base reluctance. You can give military access. Offering military access is not only for if they ask you. If you have a very large rebellion, for example, and you need some help, and perhaps I'm allies with France, France will actually send some army units to go and help me with fight my rebellion, especially if they're of the same government type as me. So if I'm playing as Belgium and I'm in the sphere, especially if I'm in the sphere of France, and I offer military access, they can help me fight rebels. This is how increasing relations work. Relations go from negative 200 to positive 200. So I can increase it by 15 for 2. It costs quite a bit. It costs 2 diplomatic points. Or I could decrease relations for 1. I can give war subsidies if they're at war. Is France at war? Whoops. Yes, France is at war with the United States, Liberia, and USCA. So I can give them war subsidies to help. You cannot set them out like in European Universalis. All you can give them is a set amount. But it really does help though. So yeah. And war subsidies will be taken from your budget and it'll be listed over here. You can declare war on them. I cannot declare war right now because we are involved in a crisis, which I'll talk about in a bit. If they are my puppet, or a dominion, like satellite or dominion, that's what a puppet is, I can command their troops during times of war. Discredit, okay, now all of these have to pertain with spheres. So, for example, I have Greece in my sphere. I currently don't have enough points. Yeah, currently don't have enough points. But if I had 25 influence, I could discredit a country, and I could make them it'd make them harder to influence the country that for 180 days. For 50 influence points, I can expel countries' ambassadors. This will remove all influence from a great power in this country and removes the discredit effect. I can ban embassy, which stops the great power from doing any diplomatic actions there for 365 days. It also removes the discredit effect. That costs 65 points. And to increase opinion, I was telling you about, you need 50 to increase opinion, and then 100 to go from friendly into add to sphere. Decrease opinion costs 50. So, for example, currently Russia is friendly with them. So if I had 50 points, I could decrease Russia back down to cordial. Add to sphere costs 100, as you know, but they're already in my sphere. I could remove them from my sphere, because they're in my sphere right now. I can remove them, but it'll cost me 10 prestige and give me 1 infamy. So really only do this if you really know what you're doing. And justify war. Justify war. You see war justification. Oh, there's no war justification. It's too bad. Justify war allows you to, if you don't have a proper casus belli or just war, you can click here and you can choose one. I'll talk about them in a bit. It'll start here a process of accumulating percentage points until it gets to 100%, and once you get the casus belli for 1 year. 1 year only. In that time, however, you can avoid the maximum penalty, of course, but you might get discovered. And when you get discovered, depending on where you are along the percentage, you'll get a certain amount of infamy. So always make sure you have very low infamy, because you never want to go above 25 infamy, as I've said before. And that's it for diplomacy. You can see show wars here. Let's take French colonial conquest of the Windward Coast. So I can see France and her allies versus the United States and her allies. I can see that France is asking for acquire Windward Coast. So they've currently occupied only 50% of it. Once they get up to 100, then they'll start a war ticker. Faster. The war ticker will be faster. And if the United States is not able to recapture it, France will be able to claim it. So we go to the Windward Coast now. Not all casus bellis are like this. Not all will require you to acquire something. But you can see this. So France. Okay. So France currently has. So it doesn't only have to be France. So Russia, who's allies with France, has Sansandra, Man, and now they just need to take Odienne and Bouac. And once they get that, they'll start ticking very quickly, and they'll eventually be able to force the United States to give up the territory to them, if the United States is not able to counterattack. Sometimes this war is going well for the French. You can see they have 1,036. That's their total military strength, versus the Americans who only have 312 on their entire team. This is the entire team. Sometimes when a war is going badly for you, you can add a casus belli against them. But during a war, you can only add war goal and take the maximum infamy penalty. This is new for Heart of Darkness. Before, you would be able to justify a war justify a casus belli during a war. No longer. You have to take the full hit. So we can see here Argentina was losing before. They were in the negatives, and Paraguay demanded that Argentina gives up Corrientes. But now, since then, Argentina is pushing back, and now they're winning. You can see this by this percentage points. So once they get up to this little green marker, this little brown marker, that means they've reached their the total amount they need to take it. The French, it's the same. All they need is up to here, and they can take it. If you hover over this, you can see why. So, for example, The Argentines have... Huh. Where Jujuy? So the Argentines have occupied most of Jujuy. So they fulfilled it 83% of it. So now they're going to gain a daily of 0.017% to their war score no matter what, as long as they hold this. And of course, the more it is, the more you hold. When you start a war, you have a grace period of 730 days. Once that period ends, however, and if the Argentines were not able to capture Jujuy, the ticker would start degressing and they'd start getting negative penalty points. You can see here Argentina cut Bolivia down to size. There's no requirements really. They just need to win battles and acquire territory. Also, new to Heart of Darkness, naval battles actually do count, and large naval battles will give you large points either way if you won or lost. So that's that. You can see here infamy of different countries. So Paraguay has 10.83 infamy. They have 0 war exhaustion and 2 brigades. Let's see France. So no one has war exhaustion. But war exhaustion is basically how willing your people are to continue the war. It really has to do with occupied territory. So Liberia has 6% because I'm sure its territory is being occupied. Yep, so here's Harper, that's occupied by the Russians. So the people are starting to get distressed by this war and slowly increasing. If you can get a country's war exhaustion to get really high, you can, well, not only cause revolutions within the country, but you can make them sue for peace even before you reach this minimum requirement. They'll become so tired they'll just give in to your demands without continuing the war. We can see the brigades and the ships. Not many people know this, but you can hover over, you can see how many brigades they have, so 202, and if you hover over it, you can see their tactics and their army tech. This is very useful before you go to war. Very useful. I can see that they're also their ships. They have 123 ships, and their naval tech is 13. So if I was planning to go to war against France, I can see my army tech is 18. Of course, we can't tell what techs they have, but it's a good reference. So they also have army tech 18. So they would be a pretty match-to-match adversary. They have 154 brigades. I have 74. So I would lose the war. You can just tell it like that, because I don't have any alliances. Spain, they only have 14, and they have army tech of 10. And I have army tech of 18, so I'd probably be able to beat them. Well, I would be able to beat them. There's no doubt about it. Okay, and then over here you have who they're at war with. Notice how the two screens are different. So who they're at war with, who they're allied with, so United Kingdom and the Netherlands, and who they're protected by. So Spain is in the sphere of influence of the United Kingdom. Bosnia-Herzegovina is in my sphere. All you have to do is click on it. You don't have to go to diplomacy. Who they're allied with, puppets. So for example, the Ottoman Empire, you see satellite of the Ottoman Empire. So Romania is a satellite of the Ottoman Empire, which means that, you see, it cannot offer alliance, can only increase, decrease relations. They themselves, however, have no diplomatic options except with their master, the Ottoman Empire. They cannot increase relations with Hungary. They cannot do anything. They are locked to their master. They have no diplomatic relations as a satellite or dominion. You can see, for example, Hyderabad in the sphere, satellite and allied with. You know, I thought it said at war with. But yeah, so that's that. Now to get to a new part of the game, Crises. The reason why I saved on July 23rd, 1887 is because my Italy is currently going through a crisis. I've understood that Hungary, well, the crisis is between Romania. Romania has tried to look for one great power to support their cause, and they found it in me. So they're trying to, Romania acquires all states with core provinces, demanding it from Hungary. So we can see who's still on the fence. Prussia, they haven't decided. Hungary is the person who will be attacked, and their backer is the Netherlands. So if this does go to war, the Netherlands will join Hungary. We can see here, for example, So Romania wants all their territory, all this green in Hungary, all this green shaded in Hungary, and they will take it if Hungary does not say okay, fine, we agree. So they'll take it through force. I meant. So you can go here. So I want to try to get Prussia on my side because it'll be GG for Hungary if I can. Hover over it. I see Prussia is strongly inclined to support Hungary. This is not good news for us because I don't know if I can fight both Hungary and Prussia, especially Prussia. So their interest in supporting Italy is minus 40, political considerations minus 40. Their interest in supporting Italy, however, is 42, and political considerations plus 42. This is most likely because of a very bad relation with Prussia, minus 35, and because I just came out of a war with them actually, some few years ago. So they might not be as eager to help me. So what to do? I can go here and I can make an offer to them. I will bear the full infamy cost, but this is something for them. So I can ask if they want to take from Hungary's sphere of influence, Serbia. They will not accept. So now all of a sudden it's become much sweeter to join me. I get, you see the plus 50, take from sphere of influence, but it's still not enough to match their interest in supporting Hungary. So let's see what I can do. Slovakia. Great country, still not enough. Acquired, no. Because they're not touching, because Prussia is not touching Hungary, they cannot acquire territory. In a crisis. No, they don't have anything. Anyway, you get the point. You can play around with it and you can see what they will accept to, what they will not accept to. So currently it's not looking like this. So fine. Maybe Prussia, I'm not going to take my chances of going to war with Prussia. And you can already see the days left of diplomatic solution is not found when war will break out. This can be increased through events and through mobilization. If I were to mobilize, this would be increased dramatically. I can propose a solution. Romania acquires all states. They would not accept this. So you can read here. So we will gain 30 prestige. Relations with the following countries, plus 25 with Romania, minus 25 with Netherlands and Hungary. Or I can offer white peace, which they will not accept. Strange. I don't know about that. But resolving this crisis, I will suffer 32 prestige hit. Which is not that bad, I suppose. But that's something I can think about. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make sphere. Not because I'm a sucker. In fact, in my actual game, I did fight Hungary. But I want to show you guys... okay, that's a bit strange. But anyway, I'll figure it out. I still like to show you guys the different casus bellis. Actually, I can show you here. Here. So take from sphere of influence. So you can grab something from an enemy sphere of influence. You'll get this either through justify war or through an event casus belli. Usually through justifying war, however. So I can take from sphere, Serbia, acquire state, that costs 11 infamy. Okay, always pay attention to the infamy. So once I've started, pretend this is a justify screen, if you can just pretend. So if I want to justify acquiring a province, it would start off with 11 infamy. But as I went along, it would decrease the amount of infamy total. So if it was just 1 week in, I might just get 10 infamy. But if I was almost at the end, 90% finished with manufacturing the casus belli, then maybe I'll only get like one infamy, something like that. So acquire state is acquire states, pretty straightforward. Place in the sun is only, you see it's only 10 infamy. Hold on. Usually it should only be 4 infamy. I don't know. Maybe it's for this. Ignore the infamy. You can see this on your own. But you can see the different colonies which Hungary or whoever would have, and you can try to justify it to take one. Cut down to size, an interesting one. Force another country to disarm and pay reparations to us. So you can see 50% of their forces for 5 years must pay 25% of their tax income for 5 years. Yeah. Whoops. Then you have free people. So liberate a country from its oppressors. Slovakia. Whoops. So I could release Romania, and then I have 3 different states I can. So like let's say Eastern Siebenbürgen. So that would be that. Or I can do liberate country, which costs 11 infamy, but I can liberate the entire country of Romania. It'll cost a lot more war score. I need 83 war score, but I'll liberate all of Romania. Dismantle fortifications. What this does, it dismantles forts and naval bases in a state. So these are all the states that Hungary has. So I'm going to force them to disarm, to remove all their naval bases and forts in a state. This can decimate colonial points. Just imagine if you're playing as Prussia and you declare war against France and you force them to dismantle their ports in southern France. Oh, I can't see there. It's only for me. I can force them to support their ports in southern France and perhaps in western France, and I can destroy their colonial power and their ability to colonize. It's a very powerful ability. What else? Release Puppet. So I can ask Hungary to release the Republic of Somaliland. These are dominions. The Chad Kingdom, the Libyan Desert Union, State of Darfur, etc. Or humiliate them. This is the most simple one. Show our military might by humiliating an enemy country, thus increasing our prestige while lowering theirs. Yeah, basically you get a nice bonus to prestige, and their prestige is reduced. And you can see that it's reduced by 46.8. So it's quite a bit. And that's it for diplomacy. I hope I explained all your guys' crisis. By the way, if you look at crisis here, you see here how it's red. So that's crisis temperature. This has now become a crisis. These are all flash points still. They can become crisis, but they're not crises yet. Yeah. And that's because Romania has cores here, and they want it back. Any questions? Yeah. Okay. Military is up here. And of course, this is one of the most important respects of the game. Except unlike your regular strategy games, where military and attacking is the #1 thing you go for, military and attacking is an arm of diplomacy, like it is in international politics today. So you only go to war once diplomatic solutions have failed. We can see up here, we can field 74 out of 103 possible brigades that our soldiers can support, our soldier pops. To increase this, you can increase military spending, encourage soldiers. You can go here and encourage soldier pops. To do that, to encourage soldier pops, always do it in your most populous region. See how this is Campania is my most populous to my least populous. This will help you increase faster. Yeah. I can see that I can field 165 brigades if we mobilize our poor citizens. Mobilization is done a bit differently. I'll talk about it in a second. And what it means by poor, you only mobilize. You only mobilize the poor. You don't mobilize the middle class or the rich. With the exception of soldiers. Soldiers are in a class of their own. But you'll mobilize craftsmen, farmers, laborers. I'll talk about mobilization more in a bit. But you can see mobilization impact 300% from pro-military war policy. Limits the amount of mobilization units to 296. So because I have pro-military, I can only mobilize a total amount of 296. Current amount of raised regiments, 74 multiplied by 300. That's how you get current amount of raised regiments, 74. Yeah, so I have currently 74, and that's times by 300, I suppose. Not sure what it is. Oh, 300%! Sorry, 300%. Now that's what gives you the number. Same for army. Ships now have weight. So, for example, I have 14 ironclads, and I have 15 steam transports. So each ironclad costs 3, so 14 times 3 equals 42. And then each steam transport costs 2, so 30. So 40. But it's really only. Oh, it's because I'm building ones. That's why. That's why it's 48 and not 42. Yeah. But it only counts for capital ships. And I'll tell you what the capital ships are. This is your leadership modifier. Once you get up to 20 points up here, you can get a general or an admiral. I would leave it to auto-assign, create leaders, and assign them, create and assign, because for each general and admiral you make, you boost a small amount of your military power. So I can see I've got 50 generals and 35 admirals. Generally, the computer will pick the better ones to be your army, so you don't have to micromanage so much. So remember, it has to come up to 20, and leadership modifier, you can see here, monthly leadership is based on a whole slew of different things, like officers, for example. And the more officers you have, and the more points you have, the better generals you're going to get, on average. That's that. This is also very important. This is war exhaustion. It's very straightforward. I told you about war exhaustion. Supply consumption, so peace, minus 50. When we're at war, this is reduced, and my supply consumption is increased dramatically. That's why you lose a lot of money if you don't have it if you don't have things in supply. Organization regain, how quickly organization is regained. I'll say what organization is in a second. Land organization, naval organization, unit start experience 15. That's from that technology. Recruitment time 100%. Recruitment time has not been reduced. Combat width is 20. See, from base value and then improved from technology, minus 10. Dig-in cap is 3. So each day they'll push up to level 3, make them harder to punch out. And military tactics, 250%, basically means you take less losses on the battlefield with military tactics. So the higher your military tactics, the less losses you'll take on the battlefield, and you'll be able to retreat more unscathed. Military tactics are definitely something really good, especially if you want to whittle down the enemy. And then you have here, so this is army. Build an army like this. Just click wherever you want them. 13. Currently I'm building an entire army. I'll show you, before I go in, I'll show you what an ideal, in my opinion, I know people will say no, you can do this or do that. In my opinion, this is a really good setup though. First of all, you have 4 infantry and 1 guard. Okay? Then you have 1 engineer for that, for tearing down walls, to make sure you have siege efficiency. So 3 cannon also. And then you have, for recon efficiency, hover over it, I have 2 hussars, which make up that 100% recon efficiency. Yeah. Let me go first and tell you what each one does, and then I'll go more in detail into that. You have irregulars here. Irregulars are, oopsie daisy. Irregulars are really your cheap units. They'll be used as mass levies during mobilization, which I'll talk about later. And you can see they only have 3.5 attack and defense of 6. While my regulars have attack of 7 and defense of 12. So basically my infantry are double what irregulars can field. However, and even the supply consumption is the same. Cavalry are basically the poor man's cavalry, horses. They're also very poor. They're not up to par with the dragoon, crusader, and hussar. But if you're playing as an uncivilized, you're going to have armies of irregulars and cavalry, with perhaps a few infantry. Artillery is very important. You've got attack, defense, but what's really important is that support. It means that it can fight from behind. It does not have to engage within that width. Remember I was talking about the width? It can engage from behind, and at 300%, which is increased through technology, can help win a battle, just because they don't have to be in the line of fire. Although it's very important that you have less infantry and more frontline infantry. You have more frontline infantry and less cannons, artillery. Because if you have artillery in the front line of battle, they will be quickly snapped up. I'll tell you about an ideal build order. Engineers can siege, which means they reduce the penalty of rivers, and they also reduce the penalty of, I believe, mountains, but I might be thinking of Hearts of Iron 3. Not sure. But more importantly, if you know the enemy is going to have a lot of forts, get some engineers. Get just one. Only needs 100% efficiency for it, and you can tear down those walls very quickly. Having more engineers does not increase the penalty, the siege, how quick you siege. So defense 14, discipline 100%. Again, attack defense you can understand. Discipline is how long they'll stay in battle before they retreat. Support, again, the same as artillery. I always thought they could perhaps like throw grenades or something, I don't know. Some sort of bomb or something. So they can fight from behind the troops. Not as well as artillery though, of course. And you can see their supply consumption and their max speed. Your army moves as quickly as your slowest unit. I'll repeat that later. Guards are like infantry, except they have reduced defense. They're really great at attack and shock. You can see they have a maneuver of 2, while so they can move quickly. Think of stormtroopers, for example, during World War I, or even then until World War II. What's another elite guard? Like elite Scotsmen for the British. Something, I don't know. So guards are extreme shock units. They move quickly, actually just the same. And you should have 1 or 2 of them. Then you have dragoons. Dragoons are good for reconnaissance. They're the only other unit other than airplanes and hussars that give you reconnaissance, which allows you to occupy a territory faster. So they have attack, defense, discipline, and they have a higher maneuver, which means they can move faster within the battlefield when you're attacking. They have max speed, of course, much higher. Crusaders are like basically a mounted infantry. They're very fast, have a strong attack, strong defense. They do not help with sieging a province, but they can punch through enemy lines. So 2 of them would be very helpful. Hussars have better reconnaissance. That's why I never really get dragoon. I feel like dragoons are basically a defensive hussar. And eventually dragoons will lose their ability. As you get better and better in technology, hussars get better and better. So you can see dragoons used to be better in defense. Now hussars are better in defense. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They have a very high maneuver, high reconnaissance, and very high max speed. Later on, when I get armor, I can get tanks. So they can siege. So I can get rid of engineers if I wanted to. They can siege. They huge attack, huge defense, discipline, whatnot. Generally speaking, they can take over the job of a guard. Generally speaking, because they have worse defense than infantry and worse defense than guards, but they can pack that extra punch which no other unit can. 16 attack. Airplanes, reconnaissance of 4. They beat everything. You can occupy territory very quickly with airplanes. They have a very small attack, very high defense. And then they also have a support ability, so they can attack behind enemy lines. You can imagine behind your lines, like fighting with machine guns from the air. And yeah, that's it. Maneuver, they have a small maneuver, and it's really the defense that makes them, and the reconnaissance that makes them useful. And generally speaking, airplanes will be able to knock out cavalry. You'll be able to remove all your cavalry in favor of aeronautics, tanks, infantrymen, and maybe a couple artillery for the support. and 1 engineer. Because remember, engineers have better siege. So what's a good... For around this time period, it's good to have, as I was saying, 4 infantry, 1 engineer. So remember, we want that attack. We want those meat shields. Then the engineer gives us that +2 siege. So the siege efficiency is the ability of this army's engineers and tanks to reduce the effectiveness of the enemy force when attacking or sieging. Currently, it's a bit ineffective. I don't know why exactly. Okay, so now that this army's gotten bigger, I need another engineer. This army contains 1 engineer and tank brigade out of a needed 1.3, giving it a siege efficiency of 70. So perhaps I would need another engineer. Stormtroops, or sorry, guards are there. Artillery, of course, can fight from behind. They're very good. 3 of them. See, I have 4. In fact, I have 5 infantry, and then I have 3 artillery plus engineers are counted as artillery because they have that support ability, and then 2 Crusaders for that extra packed punch when attacking, that high attack, and 2 Hussars for that 100% efficiency, recon efficiency. So I'll be able to siege provinces very quickly with this. So that's that. That's these things. If your army takes damage, for example, if my Hussars take damage, a lot of damage, my recon efficiency will go down. If my engineer is down to like 1,500 here, my siege efficiency will go down dramatically. I can see who's the fastest. So the slowest units, the artillery, and the line infantry are 6 kilometers per hour. So they will walk with the slowest army, unit. Apart from that, you have supplies, which I told you if you're going to go into war. If you have your supplies low, like I do, 70%, they're going to appear low here. You can see what you need for daily consumption and what you would need to stockpile if you want to go stockpile goods before a war. You can see how many people are there, so 39,000. Attrition, so currently I have no attrition. Organization at 61.3 and increasing. And then you have current strength. Organization is how long they stay together in battle and don't retreat, and how long basically they can maintain having a good supplies. Strength is basically really just how hard they fight. So if they're at reduced strength, they won't fight as hard. And that's it. And then you have your general here, so I can see put generals everywhere. Even if he has the worst traits ever, without a general, your army is much worse off than with a general, even if he has all the bad traits. Always make sure to get generals. So if I hover over this, you can see all the negatives I get. And then you can see here prestige and prestige of the general, how many battles he's won. Morale bonus 9.2, organization bonus 8.1. Yeah. So having extra prestige because he's won so many battles has given us a bonus to morale and organization, which is awesome. So you can delete this disbanded unit here. You can balance it, reform it however way you want. Merge them, deselect. Go hunting for rebels, if there's any rebels. I can change it to a friendly unit. So, yeah, I didn't think I would be able to actually. No, it has to be an actual ally. And you can link it to that ally and you can fight together. That's really it. And this is the button you move to. Unload, upload. That's it for military. Oh no, hold on. So Navy now, same thing exactly as military, except you have costs. I cannot build a steel steamer, for example, because I don't have any naval port with a level 4 or greater. Sorry, cruiser, not steel steamer, cruiser. Battleship the same, I need level 4. And then dreadnought I need level 5. Currently the highest I have is level 3. So I can only get ironclads in these 4 places. And that's what's taking so long here. Yeah, so, but beware, because each ironclad will cost money. Costs a lot of money, and it takes a long time, and it also costs points. So I can see here, supply limit weight of 3. See, while cruisers, battleships, and dreadnoughts have a supply limit of 20, 50, and 60. So yeah. So yeah, that's it. Ironclads can be combated by commerce raiders and torpedo attacks. That's a way of countering them. You only need level 1. Start off with, these are your clipper transports, your frigate, your medium ship, and then man o' war. Man o' war, ironclad, I believe monitor, and then cruiser. Oh, sorry, not cruiser, but battleship and dreadnought are all capital ships. Once your wooden fleet becomes extinct, either through war or through you just realize that everyone else is carrying around a steam ship these days, destroy your fleet, reclaim your total amount, and start outputting steam transports, which are faster and stronger than clipper transports, and ironclads, which are just 3. They're just one point above, and they're far more worth than a man o' war. The man o' war is attack 13, hull 5. Ironclad is attack 20, hull 16, and also a significant firing range of 60. It means how far away they can fire away from before engaging a unit. So that's military. I'm going to do so yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to do another tutorial, part 2, and that's going to be focusing on colonization and playing as Japan, uncivilized nation, and how you modernize, and the tips and tricks about that. So thank you everybody for watching. For those of you on Twitch now, those of you that will watch it later on YouTube or from Steam, thanks for watching, and stay tuned for part 2 of the Turk tutorial, Victoria 2 Hard Dark.